unmute
But I've
yourself.
lost you, so.
There you go.
There you are.
But I can't see you, so I've got to do something with my computer here.
There should be a video thing as well.
Yeah, video.
Well, I had a split screen. That's what I was doing because I had the budget on one side and you guys on the other side. So now, and it's a new iMac, so I'm still figuring it out.
Howie, what happened to your hair?
Well, my wife is getting chemotherapy. So my decided that if she's gonna lose her hair, we're gonna lose our hair.
So nice.
Wonderful.
I'm sorry that she has that though.
But she's doing extremely well. The good news
Take care of that.
that it's all going for a bad situation, it's all going better than we could have ever
So
hoped.
that's good to
And
know.
your pate is quite shiny.
I no longer get helmet head when I'm out on the motorcycle.
That's funny.
So is Clearview TV3, is that Ed Comeau, Representative Comeau?
We'll introduce everybody
Wakefield.
before we start.
We can do a roll call.
Yeah.
Right
Hi,
now.
Bill.
We're missing Bill Nelson.
Yep,
Morning, Bill.
he has the instructions. He's
No
coming.
big deal. I don't know if he has his mic on.
And John McDonald.
John and
Harrison can't make it today.
Okay,
Thank
John
and
has an appointment.
Hi, Bill.
I think Representative
Morning, I was
Connect is
having
here.
technical difficulties there.
So wasn't I.
Ed, you're missing all the massage calls.
I know. I apologized to our leaders at the reopening task force, and Taylor Caswell said, "We'll tell you all about it."
Well, he will, I'm sure he will, and I'm so glad that you're in charge of massage. I'm still hurting cats with the dentist. I mean, it's just, I spent hours after the meeting yesterday with the hygienist. It's interesting, but
Yep,
whatever, we're getting there.
Okay.
we are.
I think we have a quorum. There are a few more people who haven't checked in yet. But I think we have a quorum, so we probably should get started. So I'll
So
call-
Steve, you've got sound now, right?
I do, yes, thank you.
Everybody has sound, and we can see everyone. So,
Morning, Jerry, you gotta unmute yourself.
Is the host gonna mute and unmute everyone when we start? Good.
Everyone's
And after we
unmuted on
start,
my
is the
end.
host gonna be in control of the mute and unmute?
yes, Melissa
I don't know
is
if
the
that'll be
host.
Melissa or whom.
It is Melissa.
Well, whoever the host is usually does that, so we don't pick up all the background noise from everybody.
I just got a note saying unmute, that Edie wants us to unmute, so I don't know what that meant.
So we could,
Unmute.
that
All
we
right.
could.
Yeah, I think we have.
Edie, we can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
What? Oh.
You are unmuted.
There you
I
go.
see two hosts, one was from,
Okay, that,
there's two
Yeah.
can you
different
hear me
hosts.
now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry
Very
about
good.
that.
So we'll do I'll call the meeting to order, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will do
Well,
a roll call, and also let you know who else is in the room. Okay? So, call the meeting to order, do the Pledge of Allegiance. Glenn, would you like to
Sure.
lead us?
I pledge
allegiance
to the flag
Of the United States of America,
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tiny little microphone. Thank you. Would you like to do a roll call?
Representative Ticehurst.
I'm here and alone.
Thank you.
Representative Bucco.
Present and alone.
Thank you. Representative Butler.
I'm here in my Hart's location office and alone.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli is present. Representative Crawford.
I'm here in my office, excuse me, alone, but my husband's in the other room.
Thank you. Representative Nelson.
It's not here yet.
Representative Comeau.
Here.
Representative Kennard.
Yes, I'm here and alone. My wife's in a Zoom meeting in the other room.
Representative Marsh.
Yes, I'm present in my home office in Brookfield, and I am alone.
Representative Burrows.
I am here, I'm alone, except for two cats, one of whom will probably join me shortly.
Representative McDonald. Representative Woodcock.
I am here with my dog Brady, who you will hear indiscriminately.
We have 12 members present, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And also for those who are on the video call, we also have our,
Should stand and identify themselves.
huh?
They should stand and identify themselves.
Okay, would you stand and identify yourself, please?
Kathy Armstrong, Finance Director.
I think we better let David. Okay.
David, you need to unmute.
David, could you please
Hi, this is
identify yourself?
John McDonald, I'm here.
John McDonald is here now.
Howie Chandler is here, Administrator, Mountain View.
Thank you. Commissioner Babson, would you identify yourself, please?
Commissioner Babson. Good job, David.
Okay. Commissioner? Would you?
Oh, I'm not on the video. I'm in the P-Bird.
Just so they know.
Yeah, just so they know.
Right.
Could you say it louder so people know?
I'm in the P-Bird Commission Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Terry McCarthy, Commissioner.
Joe Costello, County Treasurer.
Lisa Scott, Register of Deeds.
Michaela Andrewsy, County Attorney.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have,
Oh, I'm sorry. Melissa Siemens, Executive Coordinator.
thank you.
Can I please ask that the participants on Zoom, when you're not speaking, can you mute on your end, please?
Madam Speaker, did I miss Representative Comeau?
No, he was introduced.
He was introduced
Okay,
in the
thank
roll
you.
call.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, the sheriff also is joining us now. And on the Zoom.
Oh. And the sheriff?
Who was that?
The sheriff is right here.
Sheriff, would you like to introduce yourself?
He doesn't have audio
Oh,
yet.
he doesn't have audio yet.
He's connecting.
And who else did you say had joined?
Sheriff Riccati.
And Representative McDonald is here also. I don't know who this is.
Okay.
Oh, that looks like Bill Nelson.
Okay.
Representative Nelson, have you joined us?
I have joined you. I could not get in on the Zoom thing, but I'm listening on the phone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank
We
you.
have
Is that
we have-
everyone?
We have 14 members present.
Okay, thank you. The next-
Madam Chair, if I could ask, there is a 525, Representative McDonald, thank you. And 2284 is who?
Representative Nelson is here.
That's the sheriff's department. Am I?
Yeah.
It's the sheriff, yeah.
2284 is the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have two,
Yeah, he shows up twice.
he shows up twice.
Yep.
Yes,
We're okay.
Representative. Come on.
I just wanna make sure everybody knows to speak as loud as you can when you're speaking, because you have a mask on. Thank you.
Thank you, we will do our best. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Has everyone received the March 24th, 2020 minutes?
Yes, and I have a correction to make.
Here we go.
Okay.
Shall I proceed?
Yes.
The first motion listed, which is the motion to reconsider the vote, I am listed as being opposed. I was not. I voted for that motion.
So noted.
That is so noted. Are there any other errors?
Thank you.
Any other errors or omissions? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
Oh, Madam Chair, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
There is one other change.
Okay,
May I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's the next to last motion. It's just, instead of saying to Hales location, it should say to reduce the Hales location education line. Just a couple of words missing.
She's correct. We discussed that.
You got those two, Mo?
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you.
That is also noted. Okay, can I have a motion to accept as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Ticehurst, is it seconded?
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, Representative Crawford seconded the motion. All those, we'll do a roll call.
Yep.
Sorry, because we're online with the roll calls.
Representative Ticehurst.
She's muted. Remember to unmute yourself when you're voting.
We're doing a roll call. Please unmute.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Butler.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Kennard.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
You're muted, Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. 14 to 0.
Thank you. The vote is 14 to 0.
As amended.
As amended. The next item on the agenda is public input. Hearing none, I will close public input. The financial reports is the next item on the agenda, and our financial administrator is here. And we've all received copies of them. So, would you like to present, why don't we start with your telling us if there's anything significant, and then we'll go through and see what questions people may have.
The first quarter is very.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes?
thank you. There's no way for us to see Ms. Armstrong during this report, is there?
We could have her come up here.
Is that,
Yes,
No, Ed can help.
If you would allow.
okay.
Madam Chair, while she's moving, may I just ask a question about procedure?
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering what way it's most convenient for us to notify you that we would like to speak. Do you want us to just speak up? Do you want us to put something in the chat, or do you want us to wave our hands, or what would you prefer?
There's a little hand, there's a hand on the participants. If you go to the participants, it says raise hand at the bottom of the list.
Okay, Madam Chair, is that the best way for us to notify you?
It probably is. Does that put a hand on the screen?
Can she try it? We'll see what it looks
You
like.
try it, let's see what it looks like.
Yes, see? I'm raising my hand right now, see it?
See the blue up in the top, and I can let you
Okay.
know.
Okay, yes, that does work. So,
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to try to help.
thank you. I
Madam
appreciate
Chair.
that. Yes? Somebody speaking?
Oh.
We don't have, on cell phones, I don't have a hand to wave.
No.
And I can't see you either, so if you raise your hand, so I guess what you'll have to do is speak.
Yeah.
speak when there's a
Do you have the chat?
hesitation.
Oh, no, he's on the phone.
If you're on the phone, I guess
Okay.
the only thing you can do is speak up. But at least that will
Okay,
reduce
thank you.
it. But if we please don't do it while someone else is talking, when there's a break, please. And I will stop and ask if there are any questions on occasion. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have two hands up right now. Are they
Also, I
just
think there's a way to
practicing?
use *9 or something to do a raised hand. I've been in other Zoom meetings and I think that was what it was. Does anybody else know how you do it?
Did you do that? Because you do show a hand up.
Oh, it works. Okay.
So that, I guess that
Is
works.
it *9?
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Woodcock, did you have a question?
He's
You
muted.
unmute. This is gonna take practice.
It'll take a long
Yeah.
time.
It's a lot of
Unmute.
people.
Sorry, Chairman, I was just practicing what Thomas said on the hand.
Okay,
I apologize.
that's all right. You can lower your hand, please. Thank you. Representative McDonald, do you have a hand? You can lower it, okay. All right, can we?
Okay.
Yes, would you please, please, go back. Anything significant that you feel you would like to bring to our attention? We'll start with there and then we'll go through it and,
Yeah, there's really nothing extraordinary because we run the first quarter without a budget, so everyone's very conservative. The billing takes a while to get out, so it's always traditionally a very slow quarter anyway. And as I sent you the report, we're getting the department heads to report when they have COVID-related expenses, so I established a project code for that. So it's starting to come through, which is why I sent you that sample basically to show you this. It is coming through, but we're really gonna notice that for the second quarter, not the first. It's pretty quiet.
okay, so there's nothing significant. Did anyone in reviewing it have any questions? If we'll start with maybe the first page with the general fund? Yes. Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, I can't electronically raise my hand. Question to the commissioners, I was wondering, in light of everything that is going on, if the commissioners have frozen non-essential spending.
No.
And if I could follow up?
Yes?
And you do not plan to?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Another problem. The mask is upside down. Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Could we hear about administrative salaries, which is at 36%?
You want to answer that question?
You want to know why it is spent at 36% instead of 25%?
Right.
All right, I think that Kathy can probably address that.
There was a termination that had a payout, so that hit the budget. And there was also, a new position hired that wasn't fully budgeted for.
Point of order, Madam Chairman, could people speak up? It's very difficult to hear from way back, away from the microphone.
Could you move up here, just this section? Sorry, you have all your things. Then you don't have to yell, be more comfortable. Move a little closer to the microphone.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, did you hear that answer? Did anyone have?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
I'd be interested in an explanation of a new position.
The executive coordinator.
Yes.
Education and conferences. Could we get a list of what education or conferences were attended in the first quarter and by who?
Are you and the commissioners at this point?
Yes. It doesn't have to be immediate.
I've had my hand raised for a little bit.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, we didn't see Representative Butler.
Thank you. My first question was relative to Ms. Armstrong's comment about COVID-related expenses, and that you're asking whether or not those can be broken out. If so, how will they be broken out? Is it something that we'll be able to see as well? And then I have a follow-up.
I think I asked her to keep track and let us know what any changes or adjustments made for the COVID-related things, and you did send us a report.
Right, there's a project code, then that, I sent you a report that, there's not much on it yet because not a lot has hit it.
I think I have a copy of it here. It talks about disinfecting cleaners, gloves and masks, face masks, Clorox wipes. Did you receive that one?
Yes.
You all received that? Okay, Representative Butler, your hand is still up. Do you have a follow-up question?
You're on mute, Ed.
Ed, you're on mute.
Thank you, I'm sorry, yep. Relative to Representative Cordelli's question regarding education and conferences, I guess I would want a clarification of why we need to see what conferences were attended and who attended them. It seems to me that that is not the responsibility of the delegation.
I would be interested in seeing it. Education and conferences was discussed as part of the budget. I had concerns about the total amount being expended or appropriated for education and conferences.
Okay. I think that also in something like conferences, you can't control that a quarter of it in each quarter because it depends on the schedule of the conferences and when they're available to people to attend. Yes, would you like to respond?
Just to let you know that that expense was for, we had to pay for the hotel, it is going to be refunded because that whole entire conference was canceled.
That's what conference that was?
The Primex conference. The only cost to the county is for the actual hotel room. Everything else is covered by Primex.
Thank you. Are there other questions on the commissioner's budget? Seeing no words.
Yes.
Representative.
Oh, on the
Cordelli.
commissioner's budget, no, I'm sorry.
Okay, the treasurer's budget. Are there any questions on the treasurer's budget? Okay, seeing none. Special fees and services?
Representative
Yes.
Cordelli?
Oh, Representative Cordelli.
Yes, legal fees. I don't see any expenditures for the first quarter, but I understand that there is a case that was discussed at the recent commissioners meeting. I was wondering if we could get an update on what that is. I assume that's related to legal fees.
The legal fees, the building that came in didn't come in until after the first quarter. It'll be showing on the second quarter. The legal fees didn't come in for the first quarter, they'll come into the second quarter. The lawyers.
Right,
The bill for the lawyers.
Right. I did not watch the entire commissioners meeting. I was just wondering if we could get an update on what that was in regards to?
I'm going to ask Mrs. McCarthy to read it for you because I do not have my glasses and I apologize if you read the statement.
Would the commissioner speak up, please? It's absolutely difficult to hear, it's so far away.
And with a mask.
We have this email from the attorney, and he says,
They're not
in his
being
words,
here.
They can't hear you.
They're
can you hear me?
No.
Here.
Thank you, Representative Comeau. Thank you.
You're just gonna have to talk
Okay.
very loud.
I'm not loud, but I'll try. Okay. I'll just pretend I'm yelling at my husband,
And
that'll
maybe
do it.
stand up, it helps sometimes, if you don't mind.
Okay. We are going to be doing a line item transfer later on, and it says the line item transfer is necessary to fund the county portion of a settlement agreement that will resolve pending litigation with one of its former employees. If the delegation wants more information, he's happy, to go into a non-public session and answer questions.
And I understand this is a six-year-old
A six-year-old, yes.
event. Are there any further questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Comeau.
when would be a good time that we may decide to enter into non-public to discuss that transfer, the details of it?
We will be going into, the executive committee, has to do that. I guess what you could do is you could stay and we could go into non-public at that time.
If it's needed to add that to the agenda, I would,
It is on the agenda.
thank you.
We have been asked to do a line item transfer, and the executive committee needs to meet to do that, and that is on the agenda, it's before the close of the meeting. Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, hearing none. We will go to the general fund, specialties and services. Questions? Human resources. Representative Avalon.
Instead of going, department by department, could we just get, questions out of the way for the entire budget, and then we can go back instead of, cause some of the stuff is just not
Okay,
overspent or anything like that. If people have specific
okay,
questions.
well,
we can leave
I
it alone.
started to do, if anybody had any questions, and people didn't seem to respond, so. Okay, are there any, I'll ask it more generally, are there other questions regarding the budget? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Under the jail, nursing salaries, I'm wondering how many positions are there that have been filled and are currently filled that are being paid out of this line?
Yes, Commissioner.
I have this wonderful diagram that I got from Representative Cordelli that shows all of that. And I believe, each of the nurses are listed on that.
Right.
Did you share that with the delegation?
I'm not sure, I can't remember who I sent it to, I think I sent it to the commissioners, thinking that they would, update the organization chart, because it was my best guess at an organization structure, but I have not heard anything, or any changes or suggestions since that point, so I'm not sure what the status of the organization chart is.
That was just a few months ago, and I did send you an email thanking you very much for it, because
Right.
it seemed to be quite accurate and quite up to date.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, I'll ask, about the positions at another time then, because there were questions about, filling of, a vacancy, in that regard.
Okay. have there been changes with the COVID as far as that? And the numbers at the jail, are numbers of prisoners down?
I believe it is, yes.
Is it significant?
I believe that it's been reduced by at least 15.
Okay. Might help them to protect and space better. Yes, Representative Cordelli?
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. The total number in the jail has been reduced by 15? Is that?
That is my understanding, yes. I believe now that they have a little less than 50 inmates.
Less 50 is the, okay.
Does that include the people coming from other counties?
Yes.
Is
I
that where the
believe
reduction is?
they're no longer taking in any new boarders as part of the lockdown over there. They're being very, very cautious. Anyone that's coming in that's being arrested is having to go into a 14-day quarantine, and they're being extremely careful with the COVID.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Is the prisoner who was ordered released by the court still in the county jail?
You'll have to ask the court or the people at the jail. I do not know. I have not gotten an update. As of Wednesday, he was still in the county jail. But this is right now, the population over there and who is and who isn't there is quite fluid. Because they haven't stopped arresting people and they haven't stopped having people come in and having to make bail and go home and that type of, and people are reaching the ends of their sentences.
Madam Chair, we have questions on the Zoom. Representative Woodcock was first and then Representative Butler.
Okay, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And when you asked the general question, I may have missed this. It was going back to, if I may, to Ms. Armstrong's report on the COVID, and I'm not sure if that was what Ed asked. The special sheet that she has created for COVID expenses, is that all going to be reimbursed out of the state COVID emergency fund?
We have to apply for that. I also had that in my email that's the reason we're segregating that, so we can easily access it. And it's just recently the governor is, because the federal funds have to come down through to the state. The state is where we're going to have to get the money from, and they're just working out what they're gonna cover and what they're not. So that is the intention of that, so that we can have everything where we can group it. The only thing that when you have the stipends that are going out for the long-term care people at the nursing home, that is different. We're still on the hook. We're responsible. We have to pay the cost of the FICA and Medicare taxes, the payroll taxes on that. That's not part of what the state is giving us. And the same goes for the first responders, but they're both being handled differently. So what I'm tracking in that project code is just the expenses, but the payroll related stuff, and the COVID for the people who are out under the CARES Act, we're still trying to get some funding for that, so we're getting there, but it's not established yet. But it's all
Okay.
coded
Thank you very much.
appropriately.
The groups are meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Armstrong.
Donations. Thank you. Representative Allen? Or were you just?
No, there was somebody else.
Yes, Representative Butler.
Thank you. A couple of questions if we're looking at the budget in a general sense. One is just an update on the domestic violence prosecutor. Do we know when that position will be coming online?
I believe in 3 weeks.
Thank you. And relative to the nursing home budget, I would imagine that the administrator can explain a couple of the overages, relative to environmental overtime, physical therapy, those others that have, exclamation marks. If he could review those with us, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I might?
Yes, I was just looking for you.
The environmental services overtime is running over, but payroll is running under because of an unfilled position. And let me get the PT list, I guess.
On page 14.
Yeah, just gonna say
14.
That should have also revenue.
That physical therapy skilled is, we are no longer accepting skilled residents back, but when one of our own residents go out, we do provide skilled care when they come back. Right now, we still anticipate that we'll be able to be on budget with that at the end of the year, for the end of the year.
And, Mr. Administrator, the revenues will also, reflect an increased use?
Exactly. Where there's increased expense in skilled, there'll be an unbudgeted increase in revenue for the same.
Does that cover 100% or a portion?
It'll cover a little bit more than 100%. We actually have about a 28% margin on that. So to the degree that we spend more, we'll also be generating proportionally more.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Babson has a, information about that inmate, release that he'd like to share.
Yes, Commissioner Babson.
Yes. What?
I was just told you have some information on that inmate that we were discussing that you could share with us?
Yes, the individual in question, whether the inmate with our special guest is still in the house of correction, he is.
I believe that's a different.
That's a different inmate?
Mm-hmm.
Are there any, Representative Butler, you still have your hand up. Did you have another question?
Sorry, no, I should raise my hand and I will.
I just did it for him.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Are there any further questions on the expenditure budget? Okay, seeing none, go to the revenues. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Water department income. When do we bill water department customers? There was no billing in the first quarter?
Do you know the answer to that, Catherine?
I'm just looking because it should have been billed out at the quarter, end of the quarter.
So that's billed quarterly?
So the revenue would be in the second.
No, it's a journal entry. I'll have to look at that because it should have been, I'm surprised that it doesn't show up, but I didn't notice that. It's been done, it's been billed.
And it's within expected?
Yeah, it doesn't vary very much. You know, each quarter has its own quirks, and usually when you're talking about during the summer, then you're gonna use higher usage of water, and so the middle of the year, there's higher usage, but not very much different. I will look into that.
Thank you.
I think it says a penny, and that's because I use a placeholder, so I probably didn't get the report in quickly enough, but that will be corrected, and I'll give you those numbers.
Okay, Are there any further questions on the first quarter budget? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would just like to relate back to my first question to the commissioners about non-essential spending, and point out that revenue is at 18% for the first quarter. People are having problems. Towns are having problems with property taxes, and other governmental entities have frozen hiring and also frozen non-essential spending, and I'm surprised that the commissioners have not looked at that.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Okay. Seeing none, we will move to the treasurer's report.
Please, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It just went up.
Representative Butler.
Hey,
He muted himself.
You're muted. Representative Butler, you're muted.
I thought I had unmuted, but
You're good now.
I'm getting old, excuse me. So relative to Representative Cordelli's question, do the departments who are there, or do the commissioners expect a reduction in revenues? And if so, from what departments is that reduction in revenues expected? In terms of the nursing home, I would suspect that the revenues would not be reduced, although that might not be true. I'm just wondering if there can be a discussion about the issue of revenues and where they might be reduced.
If I may, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
At this point, we're getting surprised every time we turn around thinking that there's going to be a big drop in revenues. But Howie can probably back me up. I believe they only have 4 empty beds at the nursing home. Lisa can also probably back me up that down in the registry of deeds, the county income has not gone down. We anticipated to see a drop there. The state income has gone down, but not the county. And either one of those could probably, if you would like, elaborate upon those.
But the portion that we get from taxes, that is an issue. I think that's the issue that Representative Cordelli is concerned about, because if our need, if we draw down on the maximum and anticipate the tax impact, that I think that it would behoove us to look to see if we can get some cost savings, and if possible, to do those if they don't impact our services, our required services. Mr. Costello?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I understand the delegation's concern about the revenue, obviously, and the expenses. The one thing I will say about taxes at this point, and I think that the finance department can back me up on this, I think we received, was it 100% of our tax revenue from the towns in December? Or 98% or something?
No, yeah, we've never gotten stiffed. We always get paid from the
Okay.
towns.
So,
It's due on the 17th of December.
right. So the point is, right now, we're okay.
Last year's taxes?
That's correct.
Just saying.
And last year was in December, obviously, and that's when we get our tax revenue. Going forward, I can't predict the crystal ball, nor can anyone. But I think after we get through some of these reports, there may be a little better understanding of some of that.
I think in looking, we always take the excess taxes and we put it back in.
Correct.
To reduce the things. So if we can be as careful as possible without reducing the services that are required of us, I think it's important that if we see something that's not really necessary, that we don't do discretionary spending if it's not necessary. And prioritize taking care of our staff, pay, and taking care of the things that have to be done.
Yes, Madam Chair, I appreciate that comment. Thank you very much. I will say that from the treasurer's perspective.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Yes, just one moment, Representative Butler.
Yes, from the treasurer's perspective, and I think the finance director and the commissioners, I can't speak for all of them, but we are watching these things very closely. And as I said, when I get through the rest of my treasurer's report, I do have some recommendations.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back to you in a moment.
Thank you.
Representative Butler, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, Madam Chair. Relative to your comments about taxation, if it is a desire of the delegation to attempt to reduce taxes, then you're talking about having a supplemental budget. The control that the departments have in terms of discretionary spending will be good for next year's budget, but if there is to be an impact on taxes for the coming year, then you're talking about a supplemental budget, not about budget control.
Okay, I was just thinking of discretionary. Sheriff Riccardi? You have your hand up?
Yes, we've seen a drop in revenue due to the writs processes because the courts aren't doing much with the collection of, or eviction processes and stuff like that. Not sure when they will start back up. But looking at it, we were ahead on the first 3 months of the year. So I'm not sure where we will pan out. But, you know, it's possible that it may be $4,000 a month decrease during these prime months of COVID in the decrease in the revenue. But I would think we may make it up once the courts are back in full swing. They'll be collecting the debts again, so I'm sure we'll be going full forward ahead as far as serving those writs at the later part of the year. And as a department head, we do review the budget, and, you know, common sense would say if we don't need something, we don't get it. The 2 cruises that are on the budget, I will wait till the latter part of the year to process those through if necessary.
Thank you. Representative Avalon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff Fishardi, is the court bailiffs expenditures and revenues going to be offsetting as well? There'll be less expenditures and less revenue in that line?
Yeah, yes, because it's a skeleton crew that's working over there. So obviously, if they're not working, they're not getting paid, and we don't get the revenue. But it is a zero wash. It's an offset.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
previously Administrator Chandler had his hand up. I don't know if he still had a comment or a question, and he might address the miscellaneous income that's come in the first quarter as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I can, even though we have 4 vacancies, we're also beneficiaries of federal reimbursements because we're a Medicaid facility. To date, I think that's totaling about $140,000 more than offsetting any lost revenue. So right now, we haven't had tremendous expenses. We've no longer using agency staff. So right now, we're slightly ahead relative to expense and revenue.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Where do these state and federal reimbursements show in the budget?
They're on, under
The
the
revenues?
nursing home?
Yep, under the revenues, if I could, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's a miscellaneous line, 305,049. I sent out that supplemental sheet to the delegation this morning. It looks like this, and I think it's in your packet as well.
I didn't get the packet because I had my stuff already printed.
Okay. Would you like mine? Here, you can use mine.
Thank you.
Yep.
I do not believe that came in the first quarter, though.
That shows through the end of April, yeah. But it didn't come in the first quarter, Commissioner Bevard is correct. It came in April, so just to give you a show of how it's tracking.
Okay, so this will be coming in the next quarter.
Yeah.
I was under the impression we were discussing the first quarter revenue and expenses.
Yeah, we had been. But it's good to see that will be still going in a positive direction. I guess we should go back to you, Mr. Costello. You're in the middle of your report.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. As has been pointed out, the current financials through March 31st, the first quarter, are within the budget as expected. Expenses average about 22% and revenue is at 18%. There is a little bit of a concern that the revenue is only the 18% number at the moment. However, I think as Finance Director has pointed out, there is an item or two that may yet to be added to that process. The first quarter usually is not a very good example of what the year's gonna look like, because as she points out, it's done without a budget in the first quarter. So, even that, with that said, it's still within expectations at the moment. The good news is, as of this Wednesday, May 6th, the county has not used any of its TAN borrowings, which is good news. And talking with some of the department heads regarding the various bank accounts they handle, the nursing home, the jail, the sheriff, and so forth, these accounts are being balanced or reconciled on a fairly regular basis, which I'm pleased to see. In addition, they are spot checked by the county auditors, which is also a good thing. There's a little more due diligence on these accounts, and I believe this process will continue to work moving forward. Due to a variety of issues, some of the accounts are yet to be reconciled, and I firmly believe there needs to be an additional qualified financial person in the finance office, something that has been lacking for a long period of time. I have talked with Kathy and I have talked with the commissioners and so forth, and quite frankly, we need to have somebody that's qualified to back Kathy up and do some of the duties. And we've talked about this, so I'm sure there's gonna be some moving forward there at some point. I'm happy to report that the treasurer now has a desk to work from, and ultimately will have a computer with a county email. And I'd like to thank the county commissioners for that move forward. One of the things that really I wanna bring up, and this is not an easy subject, but I've said this before. The towns or the municipalities are collecting the county taxes in the middle of the year and are not turning them over to the county till the end of the year. This causes the county sometimes to have to borrow on their tax anticipation note. While it helps the towns, it does not help the county. Especially in light of what's going on, I think there needs to be some legislation or something to look at this so that the municipalities and the towns can forward those funds to the county in a timely fashion, rather than let the towns keep them for that period of time. It just seems to be common sense that if you're collecting taxes that belongs to somebody else, you should pass those along. And so I would strongly recommend the delegation look at that and see what can be done to help that process. Like I said, I know this isn't an easy subject and probably not a pleasant one, especially at this time, but I do think it's something that absolutely needs to be looked at. I also pay taxes in the town, so that means that my tax bill may go up because of that move, but in reality, the town more than likely shouldn't have been using the county's tax funds anyway. Enough said about that. I hope the delegation will move forward on that. There is a topic here about salaries for elected officials. I just want to point out that the treasurer did not specifically request a salary increase. However, if it was offered, it would be appreciated. The treasurer has taken on additional duties of handling the administrative assistant at Hale's location, and this includes additional time and travel, which, there's no compensation for. While this, at least from this treasurer's perspective, this isn't a position that I'm looking to earn a living at, but by the same token, we all have bills to pay too, so I'll say no more about that. If anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them.
Thank you. Is that, what you said about having not a qualified person, is that a result of what the financial consultant,
Well,
the person that we contracted with to evaluate and to look at what help is needed in the office?
That's a combination of things. The individual who, we contracted with to help in the office, has made some suggestions. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 issue, the ability of that individual to really assist us has not been, very plausible for the county at the moment because of the additional duties they've had to take on. In fact, I'll direct to the county, they made a decision, I think, this week about that. Commissioners would like to say?
We just sent him a letter, telling him that until this is all over, we're gonna cease our association with them and let them off their expectations. Because they're locked down, we're locked down, they're working at home. We're trying desperately to keep this disease off the complex. And,
I
so
understand.
until that's over, we put this on hold.
I understand that, but my understanding was we had him in to look at our situation and come up with some suggestions that would provide more assistance to our staff that's here, and what changes we should make, and not as a long-term job situation, and that's why I'm wondering why we don't have any kind of a report or anything.
He had sent a couple of small reports, but he was not through with his evaluations of the situation, and it involved coming to visit here on campus, and that we postponed a few times, and then it was like, okay, it's not gonna happen until this whole lockdown idea is over. So that was the reason for that. I believe those reports were shared with the delegation, were they not, sir?
No, I haven't seen anything.
I shared those with the commissioners. I did not share them with the delegation. I didn't know if the commissioners wanted the delegation to receive them. If so, we'll make sure. Quite frankly, the bottom line to the whole issue is, the individual who was working with us, because of his duties in his company, and this COVID-19, he has spent evidently a considerable amount of time on the nonprofit organizations that he works with, which has to do with a lot of this government, finance issues and payroll issues and so forth. So bottom line is, he just does not have the time to do us justice at the moment. So from my perspective, I can't see proceeding with it at this time. It's just not feasible for all parties. So I agree with the commissioner's decision to do that, at least for now, because we've left it that if we need some assistance in the future, that would be available. The reports that he's given us are very thumbnail, if you will, because he was in the process of trying to complete all his activities. And so, while he was doing a good job at it, it was a timing issue, and it just didn't work out, so.
Representative Cordelli?
I would appreciate seeing those reports, and I think they should be sent to the delegation.
Madam Chair, Representative Butler had a question, and then Representative Crawford has her hand raised.
Okay, Representative Butler, you had a question?
The treasurer was talking about the additional position in the accounting office, and I don't remember if we had added that in the budget or not.
Representative Cordelli?
No, we added a CFO position beginning in July.
Thank you.
Representative Crawford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask the treasurer a question on travel expense. He did mention that he was doing extra traveling, and I see in his budget he has a $2,000 budget for travel. Is that gonna be adequate. It looks like he has remaining only, he has $1,645. So if he's doing extra traveling, is that adequate enough, or is that for something else? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, the treasurer has not put in any expenses at all for the Hales location events, or duties, or what have you, because they were not budgeted for. I do know that Hales location does pay the county a stipend, I guess I'd call it a stipend, a fee for the work that the county does. But nothing has been determined as to what, how, or so forth, that should be handled. All I'm saying is, while taking on additional duties, we probably should figure out some kind of a compensation, even in this economy. But to date, the treasurer has not put anything in for it.
Okay, thank you. We will get to that on the agenda. Are there any further questions on the budget and on the reports? Okay, so do you have your hand raised? Okay, let's go back to the agenda. Okay, the IDN update. Do we have any word yet on what that is going to be, or how that is going to work this year?
It's already, we paid what was,
Right, what we budgeted.
what you budgeted.
The 160, if I remember correctly.
Right, and, Mr. Littman was quite happy with that. I got an email from him just the other day asking if I would like to bring the subject up to the commissioners about there might be a balance owed. So, I have not done that. I will do that on Wednesday. But we sent him a check for what was budgeted, what the delegation budgeted.
Do you know if they've come to a number at the state for what they want to do?
Well, apparently, yes, he's looking for more money, but as I told him, the delegation only budgeted this amount, and that was the amount we sent. His follow-up email that I got was that he would like to have me discuss with the commissioners maybe about making up the difference between that and the amount that the state would like from Carroll County, and we will do that on Wednesday.
Madam Chair, would you mind checking with Representative Nelson and McDonald, because I can't see them, I just wanna make sure they didn't have any questions, if you wouldn't mind, it's hard to.
Representative Nelson and McDonald, did you have any questions?
Okay.
Representative McDonald, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm all set, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Just check on Bill, I didn't hear anything from him.
Okay, Representative Nelson, are you still there?
I am still there on phone and also trying to get online, so it's keeping me busy.
Okay, thank you. I just wanna make sure we didn't lose you. So,
Not yet.
Thank you.
okay. You're welcome. So, thank you. The 2019 audit update.
Kathy's been in touch with him.
Yes, I've been in touch with them. They need to schedule a site visit, which is impossible right now, so, but I'm still slugging away at getting the stuff ready for them, but we haven't really started. I haven't got even the initial, I know what they need every year, so I'm working on making sure all that stuff is getting prepared, but I've also been dealing with the Medicaid and the Medicare cost reports, and they had a Medicaid audit. The jail has an audit going on, so I'm very busy with auditors.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Have the books for 2019 been closed?
I'm not putting anything in there at this point, so as far as I'm concerned, where we're at is, as far as I'm going, I'm not putting anything on there without going through the auditors on any other.
Okay, so in effect, the books are closed.
They are in fact closed.
Okay.
There are sometimes during some of these reportings, there's something that comes up that still has to get posted, but I'm not paying any more bills or anything like that.
Okay.
Representative Cordelli has a follow-up.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
Sorry, my
Um,
glasses keep fogging.
So I gather then the 2019 financial statements that we provide to the auditors have not been provided to them yet.
No, because we haven't gotten to that exchange, because normally they send out the list, they give me the dates when they're coming, they come and spend 3 or 4 days on site, then we exchange information, and then they go back, they work on it some more, then they come back again for another site visit.
How are they doing, the auditors doing their audits?
Oh, I don't know what, I know that they're all working from home, a lot of people are doing.
Yes, Representative, Mr. Costello.
Yes, Madam Chair, as Finance Department, Financial Director has pointed out, they are working from home. I talked with our auditor this past week on an issue I wanted to confirm. Unfortunately, I was in the middle of a project, so I didn't even think to ask them about how they want to handle the 2019 audit. But that said, I do know they were working from home because I got an email back, I didn't get a phone call to answer my questions, so.
Because I would think it with so much that we have now that is online, that's all computer, they could begin begin working on some things.
I have.
Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, following up on your comment, I would agree. We're conducting a meeting online right now. If the auditors typically come in and have a discussion, meeting with our finance people, I'm not sure why that can't be done online as everybody else is doing, and then provide the list of what's needed. So I'm not sure why we cannot proceed at this point. Maybe the commissioners could check with the auditor and find out what can be done.
Just made a note to that effect.
Thank you, because it's been a major problem that we get it so late that it really holds us up. So, are there any further questions on the audit? Yes.
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you. I think you're seeing the first quarter financials, which I think has come out fairly earlier this year than previous years. So I guess what I'm trying to suggest is the process, while it's still somewhat difficult, it seems like it is getting better. It's gonna take a little more time, I suspect, but that just reaffirms my issue about the additional qualified financial person, whether it's a CFO or whatever you wanna call it. But in any event, I don't wanna push the financial department off over the edge of the cliff, but I think they're trying, but I think they need some assistance.
I think we're asking an awful lot
Yes.
of our people to try to keep up with that.
Madam Chair, Representative Woodcock has a comment.
Representative Woodcock.
He's muted
You're
himself.
muted.
Okay.
No, I'm fine, thank you. Responding on chat.
He put something in the chat if you'd like me to read it.
Okay.
He says, if I recall, the commissioners during budget discussions were going to move Kathy up and fill her spot, which would equal the 2 positions.
Right, I do believe that was what they said we were going to do. But clearly, I think we also are looking at, with the updates with the Avenue, if that would also help make things work better. Have more, a better program that brought more accurate record keeping, make it easier. Are there any further comments, questions about that? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Since we're talking about promotions, information that I've gotten last October via 91A request showed salary increases between January 2017 and 2019, which I can forward to everybody if you don't have it. But I do not understand how people were getting 18% increases over that 2-year period, and other similar types of increases. What control is there over salary promotions, salary increases? I do not understand how that is possible without the approval. Maybe there was approval of the commissioners that we're just not aware of. Maybe there were job postings for any promotions, which I think is the county policy, but I'm not sure if it's adhered to in all cases. So, those are my comments in terms of promotions, and I would hope that the commissioners are following their own policies.
Is that a question?
More of a statement.
More of a statement.
They're free to respond if they wish.
Do we have policies for advertising positions?
Yes, we do, we follow them quite strictly in posting on the premises and posting in, right now, I think we use Indeed, and we also use local newspapers sometimes.
You have to speak up, because these people, I'm sure, didn't hear.
Yes, we have policies for hiring people, we have a hiring policy where things are posted on the complex and posted in, I believe they're using Indeed right now, but also if necessary, if it's warranted in local newspapers, et cetera.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you,
Representative.
Madam Chair. Question to the commissioners, is there an internal policy that allows you to review when somebody is gonna get a raise? Like, does that come across your desk, that, somebody's up for a raise, and do you authorize that additional, raise?
Generally, what has happened is the raises are covered by those people covered by union contracts. And the non-union people, like this year, got a 3% raise, right?
60 cents.
60-cent raise. Last year, I think it was a 3% raise. So it's pretty much countywide for non-union.
Follow up?
Yes.
What about somebody who's on a probationary, status? When their probationary status is, up, do you see that, do you go through any kind of, evaluation to make sure that that person should or should not get that promotion at that point?
You mean from probation to whether they're hired or not, and at that time, usually when they're hired, when they start their probation, they're told at the end of the probation what, if they're hired, their salary or their pay would be.
Madam Chair, we have questions on the board.
Yeah.
Representative Butler and Representative Tyser.
Did you see which hand went up first?
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler, your hand went up first.
Thank you. To piggyback on this conversation, I know that it's not the moment in the agenda, but since it's here, I have the same kinds of questions. Are there in all departments, if a raise is being given by the administrator or the executive of that department, is that something that is discussed and approved by the commissioners in all cases?
In elected officials, departments, that is their purview. In the contract personnel, those raises are covered by the contract. And I do believe it's their department heads or their supervisors that do that review. The commissioners are not aware of that. In the non-union people, there are not specific, non-annual raises given. In non-union people, for example, this year was pointed out, all the non-unions got a 60-cent per hour raise, and that happens once a year. There are no individual raises in the non-union, group for, you know, exceptional work or et cetera. That's what we're asking.
Can you hear us?
Follow up, please.
Yes? Go ahead.
Thank you. So we all understand the contractual situations, and the union, and the raises that we approve. But it's surprising to me that certain, members of departments are getting raises, not a move in terms of their position, but a raise within their category that was presented in the budget and then totally modified, and increase given, and that the commissioners are not aware, and that as long, the understanding is that as long as it falls within the overall availability within the budgeted lines, then it's okay to give those increases. And it just seems out of line and something that the commissioners ought to be able to have input on, and that you are not having that input. I don't understand it.
Are these departments that the commissioners have control over, or are these elected official departments?
So if it's an elected official department, you don't have control over it, and whatever we do with the budget doesn't matter?
If they're directly responsible to the elected official, and they're not there are, for example, in the county attorney's office, the attorneys are under the jurisdiction of the county attorney. Her, which one I wanna use for their administrative assistant is under the county's control. David may have a better answer, because I'm not sure what they're wanting to discuss. David has a comment.
Commissioner Babson, would you like to further clarify?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, there is a problem with our wage system here. For instance, in one department, an individual left, and the elected official in that department took the leftover salary and divided it up between the 3 or 4 members that were left. One person got a $3 an hour raise right after they got the 60-cent raise.
I think we're trying
The
to
two other
you're
commissioners
identifying
voted
positions within a specific office.
yes, we have.
We cannot identify positions in offices, please, keep it general.
I didn't mention any position, or I said an elected official.
Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're treading very lightly on employee privacy and employee privileges by identifying positions within a department when that department only has a few employees. So I would be very cautious of the tone that we're taking relating to identifying employees for raises and everything else, because that's easily identifiable.
Representative Tyson
Okay,
has
thank
been
you.
waiting.
Well, then you really don't know how the system works, apparently.
Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are exactly the issues that I wanted to raise and that I have been raising for a number of years. And the only thing that I would add to it is that there seems to be some real disconnect if elected department heads, if employees in departments of elected officials have to follow the personnel policies, but are not bound by any understandings that we have during the budget. just, doesn't make sense to me, and I really think this needs to be clarified. I think the best way to do it is to sit down and have a meeting with the commissioners, the delegation, or at least representatives of the delegation, and the department heads, both elected and not elected, so that there can be some understanding once and for all.
Perhaps that's something the personnel committee could work with the commissioners on and try to address some of the issues. Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Personnel Committee can only be activated by a request by an employee to deal with those issues. The other thing is the commissioners are the ultimate employer within the county. The delegation has no authority or bearing on how the commissioners conduct their employee hiring, employee firing, or any of those matters. Again, we're treading very lightly in micromanaging how employees are treated or how employees are paid, and we should be careful of our responsibilities to fulfill budgetary items.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion?
Representative Ticehurst has her hand up.
Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am aware of some statutory obligations of the Personnel Committee. I'm not aware of any statutory limits on what they're allowed to consider. So I think we should look into that.
Thank you. All we could do is we could set up a separate committee to work together, because I think it's an issue that is a question for some of the members, and it should be clarified so that everybody understands.
Madam Chair, can I just ask for clarification for the record? What are the exact issues that the committee has suggested for the, I'm just generally getting in.
Well, I think from what I understand, and we've gone around Bond a few times here, what I understand the issue is there are different, that sometimes we don't always follow the same policies for staff increases, but there are differences in statute and responsibility between elected officials and their statutory responsibilities and how they can run their departments and the general county departments. And I know as we all hear sometimes, I know I heard at one point that if one person moved from one department to another, that there are differences in what they get paid because there are established salaries in those departments. And if a person chooses to move between departments, it could mean an increase or a decrease in what they're receiving. That we don't keep the particular employee as being paid what they have been paid in their agreements, because it changes in the department because the job descriptions change. So.
Thank you for that.
Representative Condelli.
Speak up, please.
Thank you. In the budget, we put in funds for a salary analysis. I was just wondering if the commissioners are intending to proceed with that.
I will, in all honesty, tell you that we have not discussed it. It was something that we wished to do. I would anticipate if life settles just a wee bit, we will revisit that issue, because we would like to know how it compares. Although I do believe in your packet today, there is a market analysis for the salary survey and supporting documentation.
That's just the county attorney.
Okay, but that I believe comes from the Association of Counties. Commissioner McCarthy may have a comment.
Commissioner McCarthy.
I just want you all to know that up until this time period, we have never been involved in department head raises. It was always done by the administrator. And since he was no longer here, as of this past week, I had asked that from now on, that the commissioners, it comes before the commissioners before anything is done. And we actually haven't had time to talk to Kathy about it, but that's because I felt all along, and we weren't. And, so we're trying to institute some new procedures, because it is our responsibility, in the end. So, that's what I asked for, this past week. We will, from now on, get everything that comes before the commissioners. Also,
Sounds like a good first step.
yeah, the first step.
Well, we already have a schedule for the department heads reevaluations. I believe Melissa has the schedule.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Yeah, it would be my hope, and certainly was my intention in proposing that to be added to the budget, that this not just be a market analysis, but a look at the salary structure. For instance, I just heard in a commissioners meeting a few weeks back that there were categories, I think it was maintenance worker 1, 2, and 3. I have no idea how that aligns. Any information I've gotten on positions has never indicated anything along one salary, for maintenance worker 1, 2, and 3. And so I'm not sure how these, what I would call steps, are arrived at, are adhered to. Are they common in every department? Is there a step structure set up within the county that would provide for increases? So I would hope that the analysis that was done would look at all these areas, not just be a market analysis, a comparison of titles to other counties.
Registrar?
Thank you, Karen. I would like to say that I very much welcome a salary study county-wide. We do not have a system that is uniform. We do not have what other counties have. We don't have steps. It seems random and arbitrary. 2 years ago, I did a study of how the Registry of Deeds in itself compared to the state. And we were way, way, way lower. The staff were 80% and less of what the other Registry of Deeds staff people who do similar jobs were paid. When, I believe Commissioner Babson was referring to the Registry of Deeds office when he said that I distributed money to the remaining 4 staffers. That is not what happened. When we lost a staffer, we were now down to 4 people in the office besides me, running the whole place. We had been 6 when I started. We reorganized, but we also brought the staff from being under 80% of the norm in the state to up to 90%, not even 100%, but at 90%. And it wasn't the full salary that was distributed. It was a part of the salary that was distributed to the new 4 jobs that existed. Now, that was a step in the right direction, but we don't have systems in place to reward our county employees the way that they should for longevity, for skill. And when we don't have job descriptions that necessarily reflect what the jobs are. My office does. We have comprehensive ones. And I do believe every staffer in my office should be up to the average of the state. But we are looking at it individually, but it really should be studied countywide, in my opinion.
Madam Chair, Representative Tyser's
Yes,
had her hand up a while.
Yeah, Representative Tyser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little bit delayed, but it was just, I wanted to give a gentle reminder that when people in the room are talking to each other, the volume tends to go down, and it makes it difficult for those of us in a remote situation to hear what's going on. We were able to hear Representative Cordelli pretty well and the Register of Deeds, but otherwise, if you could just try to remember to project, that will help us, because we want to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I also wanted to point out that Representative Butler has left us for another meeting.
Okay, thank you. I noticed it was rearranging. Okay, I think that we pretty much, it seems to be a great deal of agreement that this is something that needs to be looked at. I know in most organizations, we usually determine salary by qualifications such as education, experience, and longevity. And, you know, I think it's an important issue for us to be looking at and to doing some work on in the future. I'd like to move us on a little bit, and the Avenue project update is the next thing on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So for the Avenue project, how is that going? And
We're at the cloud. We have some work to do countywide, which was delayed because some of the stuff that the IT person has to do for people's computers, he hasn't had the time because he's been diverted to other things. I'm working with them. I have to set up some security protocols. I'm trying to fit that in an hour or two here and there as I can. We are making progress. It is just a little slower than we had intended, but I think there's rather obvious reasons for that. I can't do everything at once.
Representative Avalon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isn't there anybody else that can help you with some of these lower hanging fruits so you can do the stuff that you're supposed to do?
Well, this is system stuff that I really don't feel I would like to have access to anyone other than myself. And the IT guy, he's doing that stuff. That's got nothing to do with me.
Representative Avalon,
So maybe petition some of the stuff off that you need to do, like some of the COVID stuff, some of the lower hanging fruit of your job that you can pass off to somebody else. You can concentrate on the other more important areas that need to be done. So it takes a little load off of you every day instead of you, because all here is I. It shouldn't be just you doing all this work.
Cheryl is doing a tremendous amount of work. She's helping me out, and I'm teaching her, so she's making more steps. That's why we were quicker this year than ever in history of my time here to get the first quarter done, because she was helping, teaching her, and she's taking over doing most of the journal entry stuff. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So we're getting there. It's a step at a time, but we're definitely making a lot of headway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. With the Avenue project, in the contract, under project management, it had a number of things, beginning with a kickoff meeting and scope of work and project startup, network startup. Was there anything put in writing with Avenue in this regard, possibly a timeline or a schedule?
We had a schedule, yes, and we had moved to the cloud scheduled for the end of March, which we did. So it's the other stuff that's taken a little bit more time, because we have additional workloads put on every single person here. So it's just slowed down a little bit, but it's still happening.
I think that's one of the issues we were talking about with this need, is more help definitely needed in that office, of qualified help, so that everything doesn't fall on you. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has Avenue held up their part of the contract in their agreed timeline? Are they?
No, we moved to the cloud by the end of March. They are also, one of the things is they were supposed to come on site to do some training, which obviously isn't gonna happen right now. But we are waiting to get people's computers, so John was moving everyone to Windows 10, but it hasn't happened. He's piecemealing it because he's got other things like setting up Zoom meetings and a lot of that stuff. I mean, they're working, you know, Avenue's working, I thought Ted was supposed to be.
Yeah, he's just come online. Ted Leary from Avenue is coming on, has just come online. I just found out he was gonna be here, and he's here.
Yes, good morning, folks. This is Ken Lee from Avenue.
Thank you. So we are just discussing why it's taking so long to get us up and moving, and we're wondering if you could help clarify with us what else we could do to make the process work better.
Sure, let me give you a status of where we stand. As you all are aware that the agreement with us was executed in December of 19. As of March 30th of this year, what you had in the office, in Kathy's office, the two modules and the application itself has migrated over to into our hosted environment. So essentially, the box that's downstairs is just a boat anchor. I like to use the nautical reference because soon to be a boating season. Right now, so that phase is completed. We broke the project into two phases. Phase one was to get your existing capabilities into our environment. So that is up and running. The next phase, which we're well underway, is to add on 2 additional modules that the county wanted, and then provide training for those 2 modules to the audience of whoever needs to have that training. So we are well underway with that. We're just waiting on a couple pieces of information from the county. And I know Kathy and our project manager, as well as program manager or product manager, have been working diligently to get that done. And once that is turned up, we will then provide training, 2-hour sessions for each module to the audience of whoever needs to be trained. So that's where the overall project stands right now. But right now, you are running in our environment as you were on your premise prior to March 30th.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Leary, for joining us today. I was wondering if one of the holdups is migrating desktops to Windows 10, if that could be prioritized by the commissioners. I would think that the people who need access to Avenue would be the ones that would be migrated as a priority to Windows 10 so that they can have access to the Avenue system. And I believe that one of the first things we wanted to do, correct me if I'm wrong, commissioners, was to provide them access to the general ledger system. So I don't understand why the desktop migration to Windows 10 is an issue. Secondly, Mr. Leary, I was wondering that I'm a little bit, maybe you could go into a little bit more detail on phase 2, and you indicated you were waiting for information. I'm very interested in the 2 modules that were to be acquired and their implementation. Maybe you could update us a little bit on that.
Sure. So for one, and I'm not the project manager, so full disclosure, I'm not the project manager. Once I kind of get the project off the ground, I have a team behind me that runs it from day to day until it's completed to the satisfaction of our clients, in this case, Carroll County. So in regards to your Windows 10, yes, Windows 10 is necessary to access our environment. So you would have to prioritize who is going to get access to the system and prioritize those folks to make sure that their desktop, laptop is at a Windows 10 or greater. In regards to the modules being stood up, it is just a matter of there's certain conversations that we have to have and information that we need to acquire so we can build the profiles of at the end of the day, the end users. So they'll, once we have that information, And again, I'm not, so close on a daily running of the project. We do have status calls now every 2 weeks. We did have them weekly. They've gone down because, obviously this COVID-19 situation that we're all experiencing right now was never could be a thought in our mind during this project, but it is what it is. And so some people on both sides are addressing that more reactively. Thus, some of the information that we need is becoming delayed. But we have people on top of it. I'm sure folks in Carroll County are also on top of it, but they are also being pulled in to several different directions because of the state that we're all in right now.
Yes, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the two modules that you mentioned were accounts payable and I'm drawing a blank.
Receivables, right?
PO.
Purchase order, right, yes.
Yeah, let me just pull up, I don't wanna misspeak, I wanna pull up the, information, this would be, I think I pulled up the right one. Okay. Let's see. So you are currently waiting on, New Vision account payable and purchase order. You currently have, the government financial package and payroll storage only right now, if I'm reading this correctly. Currently up and running within our environments, pretty much what you had prior to this project. So yes, payable, accounts payable and purchase order.
Yes.
Do you have?
And you'll be, and part of phase two would be, once those modules are configured and put into production, then we will provide you, via WebEx, a 2-hour training session for each module.
Do you have a implementation plan laid out for each of those modules? I'm just wondering if there's something in writing in relation to those implementation projects.
Yeah, we have the project manager who's a PM, a certified PMO, PM I should say. He's created a project plan for phase 1 and 2. Phase 1's complete, and we have bi-monthly status calls. It was weekly, and we share that with Kathy in this example. And we send after the call, after the call's wrapped up each time we meet, we then forward the documentation to Kathy to socialize or consume as she's on her time. So yeah, we have a project plan for the whole holistic project, phase 1, phase 2. Since we're in phase 2, it is more spinning up the instance and what is needed from the county side and contributions from the county side, mostly time management, time and things done. And we check each item off as they become complete.
Representative Avalon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leary, for being here. Do you have a project end date in mind, when this should be completed?
Yeah, I believe, again, in this phase, in this stage, I should say, of the project, there's a lot of collaboration on both sides, so we're ready to, and Kathy, I think, I'm not sure if I was on the last one because I got pulled in. Maybe you may have been on the last call.
I was in a meeting, I got called away, so I missed it.
Okay, yeah, so we're just waiting on some input from, on Kathy's side, on your side. And it's just a matter of, the instances are there as a shell. I'm not sure if anyone on the call has, deployed any, cloud services in the past, but the instances are there, they're just not enabled because we need to customize them, with information from the county, and then at that point, we will take an agreed upon date, usually several days in the future, to cut over, from an overnight to make it live. And then, once it's live, then we will set up the training for that. And, then obviously we're here to, post, implementation for support. Cause there's always questions, there's only so much you can absorb during a, training session until you actually get into the system and start using it on a daily basis. So we'll continue to have that support throughout the agreement that we have with Carroll County.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ticehurst has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Leary, for taking my question. I'm just wondering if the terms of our agreement with your organization would allow you to work with 2 people from our county, so we're not so vulnerable having only one person doing security and updates and getting trained on how to use the system.
Yeah, the way we have the training, thank you for your question. The way we have the training set up is it'll be via WebEx, and we will, short of the limit of our WebEx of 250 people, we will educate, train anybody that the county feels that is necessary, not only from a read-only perspective, but also as well as the folks that actually do most of the data entry. So we are open to that. We don't really have a concern on who the audience may be. We're hoping that it's the people that are going to be using the system, but from that point of perspective, we will just get a list of anyone that wants the training. We'll send out the invite and set it up and log in, and it'll be a very fluid type of training besides showing the system and what to do and how to do it. But I'm sure there'll be questions throughout the process of the training and continued support, as I said, after the formal training is completed.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, one follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I feel very confident about the training once the system is set up. My concern is between now and then, where we have only one person who's liaising with you and your organization, and what would happen if that person were not able to continue for whatever reason. That leaves us fairly vulnerable. Are you willing and able to have 2 people participate in this setup phase?
Yes, we have no problem with that, as long as, if we're notified that this individual is now going to be joining the team to continue this until closure, I don't see a problem with that.
Great. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. Mr. Leary, in terms of the training, could an initial training session be established to train department heads and others here on how to use the general ledger system? They have never had access before.
Well, yeah, so what we have in the scope of the project is training on the 2 new modules, because of course that makes sense to, it's gonna be new to everybody on the call and in the county in general. We can set up a training, that would be probably a different engagement, because that will take time and resources to set up and provide that training. Or you could have a knowledge transfer training internally, because there are some folks that have been using the original system and now the new system. If that is probably more benefit from a cost perspective. But we can do either way. It's just a matter of, if you want to have a formal engagement that will have a cost to it, or a knowledge transfer from folks that are already familiar with the system to supply you that. depending if you have, what your credentials will be. You know, credentials can be anywhere from access only and looking at it and navigating through the tool to get the information you want, to doing that as well as printing off documents if you need, evidence of certain things, to folks that have access to input or write, as you refer to, write into the system, and all the way up to the admin of the system. You know, we as a provider, we have access to all that, and, you know, we have the, we have to do that from, maintaining and upgrading it, from version to version. Then we have client administrative, capabilities where there's usually designated one person, maybe two, within an organization, that has the ultimate, power to help people with, password resets, do things that we would normally do, or could do, or would do. So really, the training would be dictated towards, the individual training would be, dictated to what your credentials are gonna be. Because capabilities at each of those levels are different.
Representative
I'm not sure
Comeau?
that answers it, but okay, thank you. I mean, is there any part of my response still cloudy? I mean, because I'll dig a little deeper, need be, to get some clarity around it, but I wanna make sure that you're comfortable with my response. If not, please jump in and say something.
Well, Madam Chair, and I just follow up.
Yes,
Right?
definitely. Start with you, yes.
I just would like to know, based on a similar organization, what we should have in place in case something unforeseeable happened to somebody having access to all this stuff. How many people should be available for backup, if any? And what are your recommendations for cross-training for any of the people?
Well, I guess it depends on your role within the organization. That's, you gotta look at it that way. It's ideal to have a backup at each level, just in case someone's on vacation, sick, moves on, you know, whatever the caliber may be. It's ideal to have that. Well, now, will all, companies or entities have that? Yeah, maybe out of the gate. But if you don't use the system to your level, or what you're authorized to do, you tend to lose a lot of, that knowledge because you're not using it. So, as an example, if you become, say, the admin, and you already have a primary, but your backup, you only go to the system once or twice a year because it's not your primary role. You would tend to forget that, some of the nuances of the navigation through the tool, et cetera. And if you have writing capabilities in that role, and you don't use it, you could then, in theory, start putting stuff in as a backup. That might not be 100% right, because you forgot something or whatever the case may be. So you have to be careful of some of the things that you're allowed to do if you're a backup, because if you're not in it all the time, you tend to forget about it. You know, you forget certain things, or if the workflow changes at some level, you know, the organization wants the workflow to change, and you're not aware of that, it's gonna hinder you. So ideally, yes, you wanna have at least a backup, but you have to have that mindset that unless you're in it on a regular basis, you're gonna forget certain things that could hinder. And again, depending if you're an admin or read write or just write, you just have to be cautious of that. Keep that in the back of your mind. But yes, to answer your question in a long-winded way, yeah, you should have, you know, multiple people that can read and navigate. Same thing with write if they're inputting the data. And then, you know, with the admin itself. It's always nice, but best practices is to set up a shared drive within the organization where people can go and reference certain aspects of training or refreshing information. So when we do the training on the other two modules, we'll record that
get a refresher if they need to. Well, I thank you for that, and since I can't remember how to get back to Zoom, I think it has.
You're with us. You're with us. So, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. You just mentioned workflow, and that's been one of my concerns for quite a few months. Because especially with the purchase order module, I think that there will be a significant change to workflow processes within the departments. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, there may be, if you're going from, if you're bringing on a new application or new modules in this example, obviously this is not going to be a first time to do those functions. You're doing those functions right now, either manually or with a different platform or whatever the case may be. And you're going to want to change things, whether it's because it's better practice for the county or there's a certain way workflows operate within our tool set. You're going to have to, have those workflows set up, and we can actually do the setup, but we won't create the actual workflows because differently. But it's flexible enough to accept those different workflows, and you'll have to do a change management program to educate and train the folks that are used to doing something one way, and now you might have to tweak it that way to get the final outcome that you're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Representative Avaloni?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Mr. Leary. Representative Comeau, as in the past, has asked for a live link to our budget as it's being updated or quarterlies being filed and stuff like that. Are we able to do that now that we're in the cloud? Would you be able to do a read-only URL for our budget to be live on our website?
I don't know, and the reason why I say that is because if that URL is associated with the application, there's only so many people, in this case you have, I think, 11 seats, meaning to get into the live production of your tool set to showcase your budget, you would have to have one of those 11 credentials. So you would have to, you could, depending on how you and your IT set things up, you could use snapshots of that to put it on your website, but it would have to be stored as a static file. Meaning, once you take snapshots, it's there, and if anything changes after the fact, then that snapshot is dated.
Representative Comeau?
Does that make sense?
That's to me. Representative Comeau?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Leary, what I would like to see is a public terminal, that if somebody from the public wished to look at the workings of the budget, they would be able to request to sit in front of a terminal and read only, and then investigate, look at, peruse the system. Is that easier to do than a static IP?
You could do that as long as and we would have to set up that terminal as a certain profile that would have read-only, access to only certain areas that you want them to see, because I'm sure there's some things that you can't show or whatever. And again, that's something you would have to talk amongst yourselves. But yes, if you set up a terminal in your office, you should be able to, you dedicate one of those seats to that terminal and only showcase certain things in that profile. So if they only can see the budget for a particular year, then that's all they can see. It is, the problem with, there's no problem with that, but you're taking up a seat. So if that means one of you folks in Kathy's group or whatever, now you're down to 10. And, now you can always add seats, and that's not a problem, you can always add seats. So it's scalable about that, but that'll be some additional investments.
Thank you.
Representative Ticehurst has a question?
Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. What would it take to provide the delegation with copies of the budget in Excel format so that we can work with them as we go along?
You mean just downloading the data and creating a spreadsheet with that data and then socializing with your delegation? Is that the question?
Yes, because right now we get it in a PDF format, and even when we convert it to an Excel spreadsheet, the columns don't line up, and it takes quite a bit of work to rearrange it all, get it into proper format.
Okay, I think, and Kathy, if you're still on the bridge, I think Carrie Ann said that's one of the new features that you have the capability where the data extract is a much more manageable, it dumps into a much more manageable form that requires much less, if nothing, of changing around to make the data more presentable. Is that correct, Kathy?
We can download it into Excel, but it doesn't format it to do subtitles and totals and that sort of stuff, so it's still, I mean, I've been able to do that, but it takes a lot of work. I can tweak it, but as soon as somebody touches it and I have to run an update, it's gonna come back on the original formatting, so if people want to have an Excel spreadsheet that they can manage on their own, that's not a problem. But it's not a lot. I think what they're looking for, Ted, is something that is more live, where they can dial it in, and if I change it, they'll immediately get an update, and I don't know how to accomplish that.
I think, and I'm gonna table this, but I'm not table this, but I'm gonna write it down and I'll ask Carrie Ann. I believe with the cloud version is we can set up a macro, micro of a particular field that you want, such as I want to see the budget, and these are the fields that need to be part of that. And we set that up, and so when you download that data, it comes into a form that is already visually appealing to a broader audience, where you don't have to go in and alter columns or rows or expand certain things, like a CSV. When the legacy systems, you download into a CSV and you had that converted to Excel and make all those changes. I believe we can do that, but let me find that out with the product manager and get back to the group. Does that sound fair?
For myself, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Representative Cordelli.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cleary. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but from discussions I had with the previous owner of the system a number of years ago, there was a budgeting capability so that a department's budget could be sent to them for updating and formulating a new budget. And that would include automatic calculation of Social Security and retirement and so forth, to make development of a new departmental budget a much easier process. Is there a capability like that in the system currently, in the cloud version?
I don't know off the top of my head. If I had a little bit more time prepping for this call, I would have brought it to Carrie Ann. I don't think any of the capabilities capabilities that have been in the system in the past has changed to today. If anything, there's more capabilities of what you can do with the system, but I'm not 100% sure, so please don't quote me on it. I will ask that capabilities. Just writing some notes down.
Thank you.
Something like that. Tube system. Okay. All right. Let me take that as an action item again on top of the macro outputs. Sorry, sorry I couldn't give you a definitive answer. Right. I just don't want to say something that is not 100% addressing your question or accurate.
Right, no problem, we've done our budget for this year, so it's,
Another year.
I do give the department head an Excel download, and they put their numbers in, but the calculations are not automatic, they have to put them in, so if they have something that you can plug it in, that would be great, but I have been doing that for years though, with the department heads.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions. We very much appreciate your participating with us and being here today.
Sure, and if anyone has any other questions, feel free to field them through either Kathy or reach out to me directly, and I'll try to answer them right away.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Avalon?
Could we get his contact information?
Yes, do you have your contact information?
Yeah, Melissa is Melissa on the line?
Yep.
I am, hello.
Yeah, Melissa should have my response to this call. My signature's there, so my phone direct line or my email, whatever's easiest for you. Shoot me a note, give me a call, and I will address your question or comments right away. But if there's nothing else further, you guys have a great weekend. Stay safe out there, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure, in the coming weeks on when phase 2 is rolled out to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. I think seeing the time, we might take a 10-minute recess because everybody is, we do still have the compensation establishment. And so I think it would be very important to give us all a quick break. So we will reconvene at 20 after 12. And hopefully move expeditiously to get through the rest of this.
You are muted.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Will you meet Kathy after the recess?
No,
Probably for the transfers.
that when we get to the transfers, we just have one transfer, I believe, but it's going to be, we're going to need a lot of explanation for that, so.
Okay, do you want me to get called back or come back instead?
I'd say we call him back.
Yeah, we'll call you back.
Okay,
So
thank
you have a chance to get a lunch.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that public coming back?
I don't know.
So here's the task force work group that started at 11:30, and this week, today's meeting is on a reopening attractions.
Thank you.
The last one I went to was 3 hours. Yesterday, I was on 5 hours on different, well, with different groups and things.
I don't know why Bill Nelson keeps leaving and coming back. Maybe he'll lose his signal or some cell signal or something.
That's his house number, the 522.
Oh, it is? Yeah, 522, of course.
Care if that live feed's still on, so don't say anything you don't want the world to think. Here?
Oh, no.
Whatever, register. That's always a meeting day. I want to say register.
Because
Careful, don't say anything.
That's what I was asking.
So it wouldn't fit.
It might.
Oh, no.
I could order you one. I got it off, the catalog, I got my mom one, and I got me one.
Of course, there's what counties pay.
Teeth.
They can't,
Mine's
if I
gotta
pay
be
that
like
is
extra
not.
long.
Yeah, well, this,
Oh.
I mean, the school, this is, we
Plus,
have
I
a
can't
lot
wear,
of.
I can't wear dresses, because the dresses are too long.
Yeah, because he,
You know.
and I said, no, we all know we don't need to make.
So you think we'll be able to have lunch?
And this is what he's given
It's only,
me, this is what came from years ago. But he said that only if that was in the public and only Zooms.
Same here.
I didn't get a chance to,
Oh.
I didn't go to my classes today.
Yeah.
And when I printed the foolish thing, I looked at the side of it. When I'm going
I
to
know.
read my glasses, can you can read it though, right?
I can barely read
I
it,
do
but
think
I
so. I
use
did that.
reading glasses as well.
Well, here, I'll give you this, because I was gonna forward that to you, but there's nothing else in here, so.
No.
oh, I was gonna go, and you just say hi to Lena too. I'll meet you up in the corner.
All right. How you doing, Lena?
Good, how are you?
Good. Are you, having enough business to keep yourself open?
No, it's costing me money to stay open.
Yeah.
Too much. But the
Can't go on.
The paycheck thing is helping out quite a bit, it's allowing me to do 2 months of rent, which is helpful.
So I should,
And
because I didn't, I
payroll is it, and that's all,
didn't know if you
everything
guys
else is breaking even
said
with what we
yes,
have.
no, or
But if I
indifferent.
didn't have any of that, I didn't.
When I was recommending.
Can you
So
serve
we
outside?
say-
Do you have
Did
the
you get a
space
copy?
there? It looks like you do.
I do, but it's 2 tables.
No, I gave it to
Oh,
Melissa and
it's
he
not
said
enough.
give you a copy.
To keep you going, no, it's not.
Can you move them out for a nice day?
Look at that.
Because if you changed it or
We're
something.
so close to the road, we
Kinda
don't
nice
have our
to
own
know.
property.
No,
We
You
need
don't
to-
have that back area?
How we had agreed to. and-
Well, we have a back
and
dining.
I'm not saying. we-
But it's not
Right.
outside.
Yeah,
No,
no, but
that
the back
you up here and
yard.
arguing with
It's
me.
all town property.
I thought that was good,
Town
because
like
it was
you-
24 hours.
Town will be happy to let me use it, but then it's increased insurance,
No,
workman's
yeah,
comp, liability, tables,
COVID
tents.
expense, maybe you
When it was kind of.
I'm not spending that money to have a temporary seating for 3 or 4 weeks and then be able to open up inside. It's not, it's not economically viable
That money
Yeah.
would be
for that
left
kind of
over.
stuff.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I
And then
am
get your
absolutely
employee
100%
purchase
certain.
stuff.
I don't wanna blow
We're
it.
budgeted, what we're paying, those are the differences. That money is definitely there.
So the only one that's up in the.
But yeah, it's a struggle.
Whether or not.
Even delivery was a struggle to say,
Right.
think about it. It's like,
Later,
you
and
know,
that's
it's not
fine.
worth
And that's why
the upfront expense to have a couple of days
I
meeting.
mean, they're moved. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of money everywhere for that stuff right now.
I sent
We're
in
not
my
gonna know till last
displeasure with
quarter.
Well,
everybody.
that's it, and it's all fluid, it's all
Right.
moving.
Committee and
Who
to DJ.
knows what's gonna happen? If this
Which committee?
continues and we end up 50 beds.
The one that's deciding, Butler's on it?
Yep, yep. I only sent it to a few of them, because I don't,
Or if it goes full and we're useful.
it was very nicely written, but I don't like
Right, and with this, what's going on
being
with
told what to do.
governors.
Sorry to
right
make it
now,
bad.
they're trying-
Nobody in the
they're
city
trying to
does.
figure ways to
You haven't
cut
met
some
in a
money
while.
over
It's
time
coming
so
to it,
that
it's
they
gonna
don't
come to
do
a head
that.
pretty
That'd be
It's
really
gonna
good.
have to.
And that's what I'm trying to.
All the restaurants are gonna shut down.
Because we're losing Mother's Day, and then if we're gonna lose Memorial Day, that's a third of my business in that 1 month.
Ah.
Wait,
That's how it was with the Dream House. Our business was May.
So these, will this committee is
cold in here.
It is.
Because we get that influx of people,
Yes,
and new
right.
people and everything else, and they check you out for the first time,
Right.
and you have them for the summer.
And
We
then,
lose that group.
I've already
Yep,
set it
you're
up
done.
in the grant fund, so that.
How's it?
Plus you're gonna leave,
The long-term
lose some of your regulars because
Right,
there's.
you're not gonna wanna come in because it's all weekend people there. So we're gonna lose that, and then what do we have in September? I can just break even, but I'm behind for the next winter.
That one, that one.
Yeah, that's
if
perfect.
have it
I love it.
That comes out of the
The,
social security, so.
there was a big sale at Level Lake this week.
Yes, there was.
$30,000 tax stamp.
Basically
I'm just gonna go
reimbursement.
back.
Yeah.
When that
Yep,
comes out of the
because
social
we have to pay our
security.
taxes too.
If we get money from the
Yeah.
state
Not
to
happy with that
reimburse
either.
us for some of these.
That's a big check.
Oh, it's cold in here.
Developed, and it's
What
not
do you mean?
mine.
Income tax. It's
It's
not paid by June, July.
By July, yeah.
Yeah, I won't have that money.
It's not.
So as long as it's.
It's keeping me alive now.
And as long as
When
they're,
it comes
they're
due then.
matched. So if,
So that'll be a
for
payment.
example,
Washington, right there is
if
zero.
they decide to give
Yeah.
us money to reimburse for the social security, then I
might be
move
in
it out
debt.
of the budget and
No.
into the
No.
grant.
but we're all in the same boat.
But it's 20 years, I've saved them 20 years to get where I am, and I'm gonna be start going back instead of forward.
Well, and there's
Yeah, well, everybody's doing
the
it.
intention is
Everybody
to
is.
do, but whether it
But a lot of them
actually
are failing
happens.
Right, I know, that's why, so I'm trying to get prepared as
A
everyone.
lot of educators are getting laid off because people don't know.
Depends on how much
My
money
son's
they
one of
take
them.
out of work.
That's right, that's,
But
they're
they
pretty,
can still
they're
collect.
at a rapid price, pace right
Not
now.
if they contract.
Which is
No,
going
the
to
contracts
like
have to renew
crazy.
their SOL, but if they're tenured employees and they're being laid off, they can have employment-related unemployment and stuff like that.
It looks like somebody's coming to do business with you.
I didn't do anything there.
Weeks in your department are the smoothest.
I will.
You know, as if you
Who
were
do you
there.
want taken out?
Doesn't miss you. And you've done, it's not,
You can work on
it
that.
doesn't guarantee you. When I retired, I walked out the door.
We're still,
And
Ed said we're
everything
still
to
alive,
put
so
on,
we just have to be
kept
careful.
cutting right along.
Can I sleep beside you guys?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Just trying to keep warm, I'm freezing.
It is cold, but he likes it cold.
Yeah, I like it
It's
fresh.
economically
Yeah,
feasible.
I don't like it, he has a little wig on him. Yeah. Some of us don't.
Well, I got plans.
Oh, boy.
For the amount of time you spend
Oh.
here around.
This shouldn't take much.
Well,
I gotta come in for breakfast.
Taking me out to be here 2 or 3 days a week and talk about replacing employees.
With the proper coordinator, I'm not sure that's going to be necessary.
You need to. I got one more, I know I got one more term left because I wanna do a couple things. After that, it's wide open.
You've heard of teacher burnout?
Oh, it's very easily. Very easily, especially when you have no support.
It only took 28 years.
Well, no, when you don't have the support system that you used to have, when it all falls to one person, it becomes a burden.
Well, I really think you want to think about this seriously.
You'd be good.
I know, that's the problem. I wouldn't make friends, that's the other problem.
You what?
I wouldn't be making friends here.
I don't.
I
That's
wouldn't.
my problem. Although I have a lot of people that smile.
That was inevitable.
Can
That
you,
had to change.
you can see the blood marks on my back, but I did have a little landlord last night.
Nice. I'm smelling lamb chops then. Yeah, maybe some awesome, well,
I'll let you do.
Yeah, I just need.
I'll think about it, but it's 2 coming up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll probably give up my seniority to Jeff now.
Joe, I would love to, be the one that goes with you.
Would you like to do that? Okay. Does that date work for you? No?
Who knows, I don't really want to.
No, but I know what's happening.
It shows you on there.
For you.
Okay.
Carrie.
Yes,
Can you show her that?
What?
Is that the one from the attorney?
Yeah.
For the minutes?
Yeah, did I give it to you?
No, I was gonna ask if you
Oh,
guys
okay.
did.
When you ask,
Yep, I was mistaken.
There seem to be a lot of processes.
We could,
Yeah.
Oh, can I tell David that? If he didn't hear it today?
Yep.
Okay.
whatever Carrie did.
I saw,
we could do in the meeting,
You wanna look at it first?
recess the
That's what
convention,
I just
and then
have
go into executive committee session. Mute
Somebody to cover those things like I just said.
You can, if
And there's no specific expense item.
I have 4 here.
That's why I'm saying.
unless they
there's
went
no
to
specific
we
expense.
decide to do something.
I mean, I can,
Treasurer's.
I'll be right back with others, okay?
yes.
Travel.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is the one.
Right,
Okay, I'll be right back.
right. Right, so if we're getting a legal interpretation, or we're getting any legal paperwork, it needs to be done in the.
That's what's unknown, that's why I'm
If it's there.
Is the fine, is just strictly.
Oh, Lord, I can ask you.
can read it to you if you want.
Yeah, I realized it.
If
She read it,
we're just
I read
talking
it.
strictly about the money and not identifying the money, we're not about it. I thought we wanted, talking about a specific person.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, if we can get out of here.
Yeah, maybe it'd be dinner.
You want to mute yourself, you're on.
So what's going on with gardening, what's next? When are you gonna start?
There's nobody else is talking now, they talk.
No, well, no, see the red circle with the slash,
Well, that
you
place
can mute it.
I would like to have this.
That's why I'm trying to say.
They're not muted online.
Memorial Day.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're not muted on yours.
31st.
It says Carroll, not muted.
Well, they certainly, they can, no more details,
The
but
old
they
people, people are coming back.
I
Okay,
couldn't believe it.
thank you.
especially since
Alicia
it's signed.
Craig, I
Some of the other
said,
counties are paying as much as
so
$12
I got
for
online and I ordered
To settle.
Find the amount.
2 bundles of plants, seedlings, so probably dormant, but
If they want to go into more
over
detail.
here,
yes.
we took the 11th, which is next week. So I'll have some, but I would say, like, something down to and then it went soil up. I already have trees in finished.
Can you send them what you ordered?
No, I'll have some extra, I got 2 instead of 1, so I figured some people would want.
Yeah.
But they have and then another white and a red. And, what's the name? Spider, they have those. But on the way north, from you, on the left there.
Honestly?
Yeah, right.
They just read whatever comes, gargle comes out.
I wondered they were putting stuff out.
So, I'm glad we all heard the same
I
thing
told
today.
you yesterday, they have our, they do, so you would.
And we can only hope that it doesn't go in one ear and out the other.
I'm gonna be really careful with my minutes about what he said. For the people that weren't here,
I was hoping they would come back and using me now.
you guys have been asking for 6 months
I'm gonna say you split it right
or
here.
more.
Joe, I thought you had to go, so you don't have to go?
I don't necessarily need to, but.
Oh, no, I was thinking, no, but I don't need, I mean, I just thought it was, I didn't read the whole thing, but yeah, I'll definitely go. Easier for me, I'm there, right?
Last year we did.
Put your contact information, I got it anyway, put your email, I will let them know that.
Got the ball rolling.
Whether I'm there or not, I don't know yet.
That's about the nice stuff.
What is it?
Then you might say again,
If commissioner's priority
That's
is
a full-time
to
job.
get
You
Avenue up
gotta
and
have
running,
hire a
and that requires Windows 10.
I'll pay the treasurer to do that.
Required access to Avenue, wouldn't you think that would be a priority in terms of doing the Windows 10 upgrade instead of just going around every department and doing it?
I don't understand why. This is the first I've heard of that, was the other day when Carroll put that out to everybody. I think you did it for like days, probably because.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But that's the first I heard of it, so. I had hoped that during the,
There's a dog between
Are
Mac
you
and
ready?
82.
No, I wanna ask a question.
We don't have
Yes.
anything.
Do you have, the numbers that you did last year for the elected officials?
yeah, it's on my,
Dog Mac.
oh, I sent it out in an email.
I think so.
I know, and I didn't print,
I don't know, you emailed me.
I didn't print it,
no, I didn't print it.
it was in the email I sent
I
you
know,
last
I saw
night.
it.
The email I sent you last night, if anybody has it, they can share it.
After 9/2, but it's not after 9/2.
And 55 is the registered. I think 72, was it?
Excuse me, Ed, sorry.
You have your computer.
Last night I sent out an email to everybody with meeting materials for today.
Yes.
And in the narrative, there was a little chart that showed the current elected salaries. Do you have access to that? Or your phone's here?
Was it on the revenue one?
Is that it, dear?
I don't have access to that email on that,
Okay,
and that's,
thank you.
that's running.
I printed up, I was printing stuff.
Lena, it's in the body of the email I sent you. There was a little chart that I made in the text.
Was it MVC revenue? Or was it before that?
This is May 14th.
It was before
Oh,
that.
This is from the registrar.
I had just enough time to go make my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, get my apple,
If
and
you
ready
get
to
it
go.
quickly.
So last night, before I left, I sent
That
out
looks like a
an email.
good sandwich, Jared.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, 11 minutes,
Oh, you
enough
just
time
had
to make
comments
peanut butter
on
and
what you
jelly,
didn't have when we did
apple,
last
milk.
year.
No,
You
it
didn't have
is,
increases in it.
Yeah.
I didn't do
I've always
18.
looked at peanut butter and jelly.
Do you ever eat any sandwich other than PB&J?
Yes, rarely.
What else do you eat?
Well, I had a kipper sandwich yesterday, and I'll occasionally have a cheese sandwich or a grilled cheese, but mostly just because, you know, if I hear it's a surgeon, it's times you never got lunch, or you never knew when you were gonna get lunch. If you didn't eat it today, it's okay tomorrow. Kippers, they're, smoked herring.
Good, good.
And very good vegetarian.
Oh, good.
Very good vegetarian, so I never have meat except when I go out or.
No, I like pickled herring, but I never thought of having it on a sandwich.
Yeah. A little mustard, a little fresh lettuce in the greenhouse.
Oh my God.
Mike,
Right downstairs.
giving updates.
I don't want to leave the meeting again.
Yeah.
In case you
My
guys
guy
don't start.
already.
Jerry, you grill that PB&J?
I toasted the toast on home, I can therefore have it slightly warm instead of my usual cold thing that I
Do you have
have.
anything that has a
So
real
I can hear the crunch.
personality
Hey, okay
that
then.
you think should continue on and teach our little ones?
No, I'll just sound.
I guess I better behave if you hear the crunch.
Be good with apple on it
Sometimes
too.
like Ed Nason had a
PB&J.
really good personality.
On the side, change
They
it.
were uncontrolled spirits, and they turned out really.
We have a time for, today or what?
Do we have a what?
Time for restart?
5 o'clock.
The restart was supposed to be at 20 after, and, it's already well past.
We'll be out by 5?
I want to comment, Anita, thank you.
Are we starting?
What's that?
No.
I'll be polite and not comment on that.
Okay, Steve.
I have to leave at, for 1:30.
Good, well, keep up the good work down there. You know, Bill, I sent you a chat, this conversation about admin reminded me of when we first rolled out the change to Epic for the electronic health record, the same kind of,
Can I help with something?
you know,
Yes.
issues, access, availability, and how they, you know, learn how to get back on and all that stuff.
Yeah, I
So it would
replied
have
to
been
you
in
guys, Jerry, and I
18.
removed.
Yeah, and there was an
Oh,
email I
right.
sent out that,
No,
it was from the newspaper
Oh,
about,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't have easy access to that. I have it at home.
yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Multitasking is good.
but I didn't.
My old stuff.
Bill, are you working on the dentist piece still?
Yes, I am. That has, something to do with what I was discussing with Jerry, and
I was thinking.
I
Okay.
can talk to you about it privately if you wish.
Oh, I just knew it was a cat.
Yeah, and I thought medical staff.
Very slow.
Well, when I listened to the dialogue, I was open for it, listening on your opening meeting, and the dental people, called in and talked to you or spoke to you somehow. Holy folks, that, sounded very difficult.
Oh, you got your
Yeah,
email up?
somebody needed to play referee. The massage therapists have a similar mission. I made a deal with him. He did the massage therapist, I would do the dentist.
Are you connected to the public Wi-Fi?
Some people
So
come,
am I.
some people
Maybe
come,
that's why. I don't have all the
Yeah,
passwords yet.
12:30.
Yeah, can we get started, guys? Some of us have other things to do with our day.
you can,
Oh, come on, you're having too much
I
fun.
think the people in charge are curious.
Well,
wait,
Can we adjourn the meeting?
they're having a conversation. Edie, can we get started?
actually I have 3 bags.
Yes, we have-
Can we get started, please?
Garden
Okay,
last night.
Well,
got everybody back?
none of the offices are around there at the moment.
I don't know if she can hear you, there were two
I
voices
can
back
hear
then.
you, I can hear you.
Yeah,
We've been hearing you talk about your jelly sandwiches.
all in favor? Oh, got your roll call. Got your roll call.
Yeah, you would have to do a roll call, yeah, but a motion to adjourn is always in order.
Okay.
Either that, either everybody shuts off and goes away, you want to form.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still do a
Okay.
motion to adjourn.
Back in
Yes.
order.
Let's come back to order. Let's come back to order. Representative Avalon.
Madam Chair, can we do a updated roll call, please?
I think she's actually
Yes.
started.
We have an updated
Because
copy.
Sorry, hang on a second.
I think even the.
Now we go. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm
Gavel
sorry,
again.
I was muted. That really works. My husband would love to do that.
Gavel.
We are going to
Or muted.
call the meeting back to order, please, and see where we are. We are establishing the compensation for, our elected officials. Representative Avalon.
Could we do
Yes,
a,
we will update the roll call.
update
Who is
present roll
here?
call? Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Ticehurst.
Present.
Clerk is here. Representative Bucco.
Present.
Representative Cordelli.
Here.
Representative Crawford.
Here.
Representative Nelson.
Try again.
Representative Nelson.
Representative Nelson? Step away from the screen.
Here.
Thank you. Representative Comeau.
Here.
Representative Kennard.
Here.
Thank you. Representative Marsh.
Here.
Representative Burrows.
There.
She's here.
Yeah.
She's muted.
There she is.
Representative, did we get a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative McDonald.
He's not here.
You left.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock.
Oh, there he is. Is that him?
Yes, here.
Who was that?
That would call it.
Okay, and the chair.
Here.
Representative Avalon, can you try McDonald again? I believe you just signed on again.
Representative McDonald.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have 13 members present.
Do you guys have me checked in?
Yep.
Yep. So we're all,
Okay, thank you.
we're all set. Next on the agenda is establishing the compensation of the elected officials. And first on the agenda is the county commissioners. Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I would like to move the same salaries as currently paid to the commissioners for 2021-22.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, it is seconded for discussion.
Representative Woodcock has a question?
Representative Woodcock.
What do you want a second?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. I was reviewing the information that came from all the department chairs, or elected officials anyhow, the five of them and the commissioners. And I noticed on the commissioners, they had taken a vote, apparently Wednesday, 2-1, and I wasn't part of I didn't hear the legal piece, not the legal piece, the meeting online. So, can you tell me which two commissioners voted to get a pay raise, please?
I was not on the line either.
Are the commissioners there now, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
I voted in favor of it, and Commissioner McCarthy voted in favor of it.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I voted for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Only because I felt that the chair should get extra money, and without that vote, it wouldn't have come forward the way you put it, so
Thank you,
that's.
thank you. Is
Can I have a question, please?
Oh, yes.
Representative Nelson?
My question regards,
Representative Nelson, yes. I'm trying to see who's talking.
thank you. Several years ago, we established a new pay rate, not pay rate or stipend, whatever, for the commissioners. There was an exception, I believe it was for Representative Baxton, because it had to start in the new year or something like that. So his was more, or somebody's was more than the two others. Are now they all in sync at this point?
It will be.
Yes.
No, they are all in sync as of 2 years ago, yes. Well, as of this 2-year period plan.
Yes. They are in sync now.
Okay, thank you.
was an issue that it was reduced at one point, it was 11,000, and it was reduced because we had an administrator, so their duties were reduced dramatically. But we are at the point now, we do not have a formal, county administrator. And that is why I believe they are asking to have it be moved back up. Yes, Commissioner.
Follow up?
Yes.
Well, no, the issue had to do when the person was elected. We could not lower the salary of anybody because that one person, whoever it was, because they were elected, when they were elected, they got a higher salary. So I want to know if all three, without any changes, are now get the same salary.
Yes.
They do. And what is that salary? Currently.
$9,500.
Each.
So it is $9,000.
$9,500.
Is it $9,095 for the chair?
I believe it's $600
The information sent out to us said
Me, but Commissioner Babson has had his hand raised for quite some time.
Okay, just a moment. We're just getting clear where we're starting from. Commissioner Babson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, to answer Representative Nelson's question, when we hired Kenneth, and you're correct, the delegation felt we wouldn't be doing as much work, so they reduced the salaries of the commissioners to $9,500. I was the individual that had the 4-year term, and as you know, the law says that you folks can set the compensation, and it uses the word compensation any way you want. It doesn't say how much you have to pay or how you have to pay it, anything. The only thing it says is whatever you vote on today, you have to keep in order for the next 2 years. On Wednesday, we voted. I recommended that we write a letter to the chairman of the delegation suggesting no raises for any elected official. We have people that gonna lose their business, they've lost their jobs, they can't pay their mortgages, they can't pay their taxes, and this is no time to be raising the taxes to the people that can't afford it. Makes a difference if you're making 50, 60, 70,000, yes, you feel the hurt, but if you're making 30 or 32 or 33, you really feel the hurt when you've lost all of these, and I don't think that it's proper for us at this time to change any elected official's pay raise, let alone give the chairman of the board another extra $500, and I voted no against all of the motions that were made on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, today we are setting the salaries for 2 district commissioners, and I don't recall the numbers right now, but it would be currently held by Commissioner Babson and Commissioner Bivard. We are not setting the salary for Commissioner McCarthy.
Correct. Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I agree completely with Commissioner Babson. I think if this was another year, those raises would be a no-brainer. But I agree with Mr. Babson. I think this would be a slap in the face to people in Carroll County to give elected officials a raise right now.
Yes, Representative Cordelli.
With that line of argument, I really wish we hadn't imposed the 6.8% tax increase on our residents.
Representative Avalon.
Thank you. Or reduced our reserves down to $4 million instead of $6 million by using taxpayer money to offset the increase in taxes.
Yes, Commissioner.
I asked 2 years ago to have the commissioners' salaries raised back to what they had been 6 years ago. That's all we're asking today, is to put them back to where they were 6 years ago. We have commissioners that are all over 70 years old. I think if you're even going to get somebody, with a little vitality to run for this position, you're going to have at least a 2-digit number for their pay. I think the fact that it's been what it has been, yes, I was told it was a 3-hour-a-week job. Let me tell you, from the day I started, that has not been so. So, I think in all fairness to any future person running for this position, if you expect people to run, you've got to give them a little bit of an incentive. And I think that 11,000 is very minimal. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Representative Woodcock.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, on the, commissioner's salary, do they receive any health benefits as well, or just the salary?
Just the salary, they do not receive benefits.
I don't think that's true.
I think we can have dental,
Yeah.
Oh,
that's all, single dental.
single dental, do you pay
So,
in for that?
we get
You're just
single
allowed to
dental.
participate in the plan? Like, we are the state legislators, we can be part of the dental plan, but we pay for it. But we can participate in the plan, but it's not a benefit that we receive it given to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The sheriff had a comment, if you would take that?
Sheriff Ricardi?
Hi, just general on the thoughts of increases. If, I believe the law doesn't say how you have to do it, but if you are to consider increases, you may want to think about maybe with the COVID in effect, not doing anything for the first year and suggesting the increase for the second year of the term. Just my 2 cents.
I think my 2 cents is, I believe that, I understand that the difficulty of the COVID, but I also understand that for all of our elected officials, we're pretty much the bottom of the barrel in our pay rate. And I believe that if we want, as the Commissioner Bavard said, if we want people to run, and if we want to get high-quality people to serve our county, we can't have the lowest pay rates in the state. I think that we do need to have some consideration. Last year, we just bumped them up a little bit, and it would be my hope that we could at least bump them up a little bit. Maybe not $10,000 or $5,000, we're not going to get to the top. But last year, we made an effort, we did give them, I think it was $5,000 last year. And I think that even if we did half that, I think we need to do something. We're very fortunate to have outstanding people working for us. And we did give raises to the other workers in the county, and I believe our elected officials also work very hard, and I would like to see us at least do something. So, Representative Knurk?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am unmuted. Okay. Yes, I was referring back to that, to the analysis that was distributed, the proposal and market analysis that was distributed with the information from Melissa. And in that, there was some information regarding how the various positions compare to across the state. And the thing, I generally agree with what Commissioner Babson said, but I think if we're well below market on something, we might still consider a raise there because we're not raising to give a raise, we're raising to bring a person into the market range. And we had this discussion about the county attorney, if I remember, 2 years ago, and we were well below then, and we still are. I would think we ought to at least somewhere be in the bracket between 40% and 60% of the statewide position, which we do exist within that for some of our positions, corrections, the county attorney.
Point of order.
Yes?
I think we're discussing the commissioners.
I know, but
But it was brought up
okay,
that
but
we
you need
give
a
no
comment
one a
about,
raise.
you need a comment, nobody should have a raise anywhere. So I was commenting on that comment made by Commissioner Babson. So you're right, but I just think that we might still bring up market issues, but I take Representative Teicher's comment, I'll hold that for later, thank you.
Representative Ticehurst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we're not trying to attract a candidate for commissioner who is going to possibly go to another county for a higher salary. I think right now what we need to really focus on is the commissioners. Don't believe that anybody takes the position because of the salary. I believe the salary helps them to survive while they are providing their service. And I also don't want there to be any misunderstanding, because I believe that we have had excellent commissioners in the past who were working for below market rate. Thank you.
Representative Burrows?
Yes, I really appreciated, I think it was Representative McDonald's statement about possibly postponing some of the commissioners' raises and perhaps the others, until year 2 would be a good compromise. I think the people of Carroll County, I think could take great offense if we gave our folks, both elected and non-elected, a big whopping raise while this is all going on. But I personally would not have a problem if we delayed it for a certain period of time, when we anticipate that some of what's going on with the pandemic will be abated.
Representative Ticehurst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe the law says that we have to set the compensation at this time for the entire term. And so we would not be able to approve no raises at this point, and then in another year, when we see how things are going, take a look at it. We would need to decide today if we were going to give a higher amount in the second year. And I don't believe we understand what the situation is going to be now in another year. Thank you.
Representative Crawford has a question.
Representative Crawford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to appreciate Commissioner Babson's comments, and I totally agree with him. And I also feel that anyone who runs for any type of public office is not in it for the money. Otherwise, none of us would be representatives at this point in time. So I feel that, we should keep the compensation at the rate that it is right now. And then in 2 years, I'm sure we can go and look at it again. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Then we'll call the vote. The motion on, you want to read the motion on the table?
Motion is to keep the commissioner's salary at the current rate for the next 2 years.
Can you restate the current rate, please? For the public.
One would be, the chair would be $9,500 and the regular commissioners would be $9,000.
Thank you.
500. No, the chair gets nothing there. It's 9,500 per person.
All three get 9,500.
And that's the motion on the floor.
Okay, and that's the motion on the floor. Did you hear that? That the
Can you
motion,
repeat the motion, please, Madam Chair?
that the commissioner salaries would remain at 9,500 for the coming 2 years.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll do the roll call.
Representative Ticehurst.
Yes.
Chair, the clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Butler, I'm sorry, my apologies. Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Crawford,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, Representative Nelson,
Thank you.
Is that a
A
yes?
dog voted, did Representative Nelson like to vote?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comeau,
Yes.
Representative Kennard,
Yes.
Representative Marsh,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yeah.
Representative McDonald,
He's muted.
Sorry about that. Let me now try.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
thank you, Representative
Yeah.
Wood, Representative McDonald, I get 2 yeses.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock,
Yes, that was myself and my dog, you heard.
thank you,
Both vote yes.
and the chair,
Yes.
13-0.
Okay, the county treasurer. I think that the county treasurer is currently making $6,000, and he did not make a recommendation, although he did share that he would like to, have us consider something, considering he has considered some adjustment, considering he has taken on, more duties, especially with the Hart Hills location. But,
Are you making that motion, Madam Chair?
no, I didn't make a motion. Do we have a motion for the county treasurer? Okay, yes, Representative Ticehurst.
For the purpose of discussion, I move that we keep the county treasurer's salary at the current level. And that's the end of my motion, but I would ask that somebody confirm that it is $6,000 a year. I don't have that in front of me.
It is.
It is. It is 6,000. For discussion, I will second the motion. Is there any discussion? Representative Knirk?
Yes, I just have a question, and that is that we have referenced the extra work of manning or working with Hale's location, but is that expected to be going on in 21 and 22, or is that just going to be going on for the rest of 20? My impression was that was a temporary job, a temporary issue of mentoring that person, and if so, it would be perhaps reasonable if we could somehow compensate the treasurer for his work, but I'm not sure it should be part of the budget or the salary restructure going forward to 21, 22 if it's not going to be taking place during that time.
Representative Avalani?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within the purview of setting the salaries, we're also in the purview of setting full compensation, which would include mileage and stuff like that. So if there was a amendment to that to add more mileage that he would be, that the position would be eligible for, would be in order.
Representative Cordelli?
Question, I was thinking along the same lines because the treasurer did mention, his travel expense to, the facility, but the budget is set at $2,000 for travel expense now and is, used 17% of that. So, there would be the opportunity, I think, in the future to increase that appropriation if necessary for travel expense. Because we do get $9,000 a year from Hale's location for our services of the commissioners and county staff in their work for Hale's. There is no expense line associated with that revenue. So that revenue just goes into the general fund each year. So, some kind of a transfer or appropriation might be feasible in the future to compensate for travel expenses as suggested by Representative Avalani.
Does anyone else have a comment? Would you be able to share with you what additional types of things you are doing and the additional time that takes?
I'll give you an example. While we were sitting here this morning, I received an email from Hales, from our administrator there, about an upcoming meeting with some folks from the state concerning appraisals and so forth, that one of the commissioners and I will be attending. We'll be attending it at the Hales location office, and it will be a phone meeting, if you will, so we won't be traveling per se. But, you know, that's probably gonna be an hour and a half's worth of time, maybe two, depending on how long the meeting goes. And this is not an uncommon occurrence. You know, I usually talk with the person from Hales almost, well, I won't say daily, but approximately every other day, and including on weekends and Sundays. I've been at her house, we've gone over numbers, we've gone over duties, so it's an ongoing process. I have not put in any mileage or any time on this. Whether it's gonna be continued or not, I suspect it is. But I'm kinda disappointed in the delegation, because we have tried to put forward a lot of work to get things headed in the right direction in the county, and because of COVID and some other, whatever other issues they're discussing, I gotta admit, I'm extremely disappointed. When I look at the salaries of treasurers in other counties, some are a bit less, but some are considerably more. They have a whole complete office and a staff. Granted, they may be a bigger county, but by the same token, this job is a lot more than just signing checks, and that was what I was told when I signed up for it. Whether I continue at this point remains to be seen.
Madam Chair, this is a very unique situation we're in with COVID. If the treasurer accesses somebody from Hale's location in his duties, can he effectively charge technically mileage for that? I mean, is there a way to charge for that? I don't think we ever had to do that before.
Well, he hasn't been charging for mileage, probably because of the COVID. That's why the numbers are down.
But could there be a procedure developed to do that? So there could be a compensation for his time of using Zoom to communicate. I was just wondering if that.
I think that's why I was saying, to see what the additional duties were, because we need to compensate him for his time. I don't see a way of saying he could start charging mileage to get compensation for his time. I think he needs to post it as it is. Now, we could say that if he's not using that mileage, then if he goes over a little bit on his time, but I think we give us more of a stipend, we don't pay him by the hour. Is that true?
If I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
that is true. We are paid a flat fee, whether it's 1 hour or 25 hours. I did look at it at one point. It doesn't equate to a 40-hour week, but if it did, the salary was somewhere around $2 and something an hour. I average between 16 and 20 hours a week currently. It's not all right here at the county, obviously. We're on the phone a lot dealing with issues. I guess under the scope of elected official, it requires a lot more than what I think people seem to feel the job is. And I would ask the delegation, do you folks feel the same way in your position as state reps? I'm sure it requires a lot more than what was anticipated when you started. That said, I do feel that there needs to be a reasonable compensation. I put in there, with regards to the compensation as an elected official, I leave that to the delegation at this time. And that's what I was hoping the delegation would realize, that they're getting what I feel is a heck of a bargain for the job at the moment. Does that mean that they've gotta step up and dump wads of cash? Not necessarily, but another $100 or $200 a month wouldn't hurt.
I think, one of the issues that I find when I look at is what we are paying our employees, in the Carroll County, all of our full-time employees, where our elected officials fall. You know, this list was shared with me, and I think that when we're paying, we have people who are elected officials who are professionals. We take our county attorney, who has to essentially a doctorate degree when you look at to become an attorney, and the level of experience, and our sheriff and his level of experience, and compared to some of the other people in our county that we pay considerably more. And I think at some point, we really need to look at trying to change that. If we are going to attract people to run for these positions, and they're highly qualified professional people, we're going to have to step up our pay to at least get them in the range of other professionals, people who work for us that we pay and we gave raises to this year. So I think in fairness to them, these are considerations we should take into account and make our decision. Representative Knurk?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Well, 2 points. One is the comment was made earlier about mileage as a way to pay for the treasurer's time. That's really not appropriate. Mileage should be something which is based on how far you drive, and it's based on a formula, and it's based on the wear and tear of your car. So that isn't a compensation, period. Secondly is, I did not get a clear answer to my previous question. And that is this extra work at Hale's location something we expect to continue on in 2021 and 2022? Or is it something that is short-term and will be coming to an end right before 2021? Because that shouldn't guide us increasing the salary. If we want to increase it, we should increase it because we think it should be increased, but not because of Hale's location, if that is only occurring now as a mentoring program. So I'm curious about the answer to that question.
Okay, would you like to answer the question?
Under the direction that I have at the moment, I believe it will continue well into the future, because the commissioners are busy with a whole host of other activities going on. It's the same thing that I've been charged with.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, I was gonna call Representative Crawford next. She's had her hand up for a long time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So I have a great deal of respect for the treasurer, and what I would ask is, you know, if you felt that you should have increased your salary, I would have liked to have seen that. Other elected officials have done that and have written us, you know, letters on why they think their compensation should be increased. So I think I would have appreciated something like that from you, and then instead of you just thinking that we're just going to raise it, you know, I think I'd like to know what you feel your compensation should be, and not leave it totally to us to guess at what it should be. I think you know, I respect that more if you could do that and give us an amount that you feel that you deserve. Thank you.
Representative Ticehurst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind us that we are talking about the positions now and not whoever holds the office currently. And I also want to remind us that, as far as I'm aware, all of our elected officials are going above and beyond what they expected and what they could get away with. And I think that we need to set our salary or our compensation based on other factors. And I do think that the uncertainty of the economy in the next 2 years is a pretty heavy factor.
I think Representative Nelson had a comment.
Representative Nelson, did you have a comment?
Yes, I do. My comment regards how many meetings I see him attending compared to hire treasurers. So I support some type of increase in salary just because he has done so much to straighten out so many things and is at all our meetings and spends a great deal of time doing a whole bunch of things. And I think he should be compensated for that, or the position should be compensated.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would just ask Representative Teicher, maybe I misunderstood, but I think maybe you want to rephrase your statement about elected officials and what they could get away with. Maybe there'd be a better choice of words.
May I respond?
Yes?
So I did not intend to say anything that would offend or insult anybody. I don't believe that I did, but if I did, I truly apologize. I was trying to express, and I'll try this again a little more carefully. And I did also have to say I did not mean to imply, and don't believe I implied, that somebody, elected officials were trying to get away with something. In fact, I was trying to state the opposite. So again, to be clear, as far as I am aware, all of our elected officials give service above and beyond what is called for or what was expected when they first accepted the position. I hope that's clear.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
The treasurer has
Oh, yes. Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To address the representative's question about I should have put down a figure, I've always come from the old school of for a job well done, you're compensated. It's not about me, you're absolutely right, it's about the position. And it's pretty clear to me that the position over the years has been a difficult one because I've seen where people have resigned from the position for a variety of reasons. So I have not done that. I've decided to, if you will, work through this to help the county. And you're right, it certainly isn't about the money. But I will tell you, for a job well done, in any position, elected or not, there should be a reasonable compensation. If you'd like to know what I think is reasonable based on what's out there with the various counties in the state, and I'm combining everybody into it, the big ones and the little ones, I believe the treasurer's position should be a $9,000 a year position. Now that's a pretty good jump, but I look at how many years the county has got, I don't want to say got away with, but has not really paid for the services rendered. And I think the taxpayers would be appalled at the fact of some of these things that you have to deal with as a county official. So I leave again that up to the delegation, but if you ask me, that's what I'd say. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? The motion on the floor is that the salary remain at $6,000. So I guess if there's no further discussion, we will take the vote.
Representative Ticehurst.
Yes.
Clerk will vote no. Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli.
No.
Representative Crawford.
No.
Representative Nelson.
No.
Representative Comeau.
No.
Representative Kennard.
No.
Representative Marsh.
No.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
He's muted himself, I believe.
No.
And the chair.
No.
Fails.
What was the vote, please?
11-2-2.
Thank you,
The dissenters were Bucco and Ticehurst.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the motion fails. Is there another motion to be brought before, to be placed on the floor?
I make a motion.
Okay, Representative Nelson.
Yes, I make a motion that it be increased by $1,000.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's seconded by Representative Cordelli. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, I guess we'll call the roll.
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Duco.
Yes.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Knerk.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, the motion passes. To increase the treasurer to $7,000 a year. The next item on the agenda is the county attorney. The county attorney is currently based at $77,932. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Representative McDonald.
I make a motion to increase that salary by $3,000.
Is there a second to the motion?
Can I get the number?
He's gonna increase it by 3,000, it's now at 77.
I need him to say the number.
Oh, you have to say the number, John?
Okay. What did you currently, 77,000?
932, so it's 77,000.
Okay, I make a motion to increase it to $80,792.
I don't think you heard your correct.
No.
Okay, so $80,932.
80,000.
Yes, $80,932. We increase it 3,000.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a second? She didn't have a second. I'll second it. Discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, can I speak to my motion?
Yes,
Is that
absolutely.
the right calculation?
It's fine.
Okay, we talked about the county attorney's salary, last budget, we said we're gonna address it this budget. She's he or she was up in that position as the chief law enforcement officer, for the entire county. And that's where our chiefs, our local chiefs go to, get, direction and help on cases. And, some of the chiefs of police make over $100,000 a year. We have a local prosecutor in Wolfboro that just does violations and misdemeanors in district court. And he makes, around $75,000, maybe a little bit more this year with his raise. And he works part-time. I think there's no question that the county attorney is a good county attorney with expertise. And things have changed a lot over the past few years in cases she's been trying, and she's really built up the office to, probably one of the best ones in the state. And I think she's, whoever's in that position is based on the, job requirements, is well deserving of, that salary that I've, recommended.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Knerk? You unmute him, please.
He's muted.
Let me try.
Representative Tyson pointed out was out of order. The issue is that if we look at these numbers and see how we compare, she's our current county attorney, and the one in the future, again, it's not about the person, is far below the statewide average at 37.46%. And I think that really does not make sense. It makes more sense to at least get in a bracket between 40 and 60%. And I think that Representative McDonald's motion would achieve that. It would put her into into a reasonable position. And I think it probably should be more than 3,000, but I don't think we should do that at this point in time. So 3,000 is a good compromise.
Is there any further comment? Representative Cordelli?
Looking at these numbers, market analysis that was presented to us, that would still put our county attorney below the salary of the Coas County attorney, which I think we should be higher than that.
Representative Avalon?
Did I just chair an amendment?
Motion to amend?
Madam Chair,
Yes?
this is Representative Marsh. I want to say that I agree with, I think it was Representative Cordelli, didn't identify himself, who last spoke.
It was.
Yes,
Representative
I agree,
Tyson.
but we need a motion. We need to amend our motion?
Representative Tyser says her hand up maybe on the original motion as well.
Representative Ticehurst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that all of our elected officials are doing a good job going above and beyond. I also understand that historically Carroll County elected officials have been compensated at lower rates than other counties. I know that sometimes that is for very good reasons due to caseloads, job responsibilities, amount of help, and other circumstances. And I also know that sometimes it's not very well justified. I do know that over the last decade, I guess you would say, we have made attempts to bring things more into line with other counties. But again, under the current circumstances, I do not believe that this is the time to raise salaries. Thank you. Madam Chair, may I just make a slight correction because I know my words are being watched very carefully here. I meant to say this is not the correct time, the proper time to raise compensation. Thank you.
Representative Burrows has that hand up.
Representative Burrows?
Yes, thank you. I have to say that for this position, I think this is a really critical position for the county. And I think if we want to retain and attract really qualified people to the county office, that we need to go beyond $3,000. And again, I know that this is a pandemic year, but I think that if this position is so critical, that I think it would really be harmful to the citizens of the county if we lost this or failed to attract good people in the future.
Would you like to?
Madam Chair, this is Representative Marsh. I'd like to make a motion.
Would you like to amend the motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to move that we amend the motion by replacing it with a motion to match the salary of Coas County, which is $85,050 in fiscal year, in the next fiscal year, and with a 2% increase for the following fiscal year, which would be $86,750.
Would you give those numbers one more time, please?
Please.
For the first year, $85,050, and for the second year, $86,750.
Thank you
I need
very
that-
much.
I need that
second that.
clearer.
Who seconded it?
And me, Anita.
Okay, and seconded by Representative Burrows. Okay, is there any discussion?
Yes.
A lot.
I need clarification on this thing. At the 2%, a 2% raise at the 85,050.
Is that correct? Representative Marsh?
My motion is the numbers that I stated, that's how I calculated the numbers.
How'd you come up, what was the second number at the 2%?
I took 85050 and multiplied it by 1.02, and that's the number that I got. But, my motion was those two numbers.
That's what would be in the second one.
I wanted the second number just to make sure that our motion was clear.
86,750.
We have Representative Bucco.
Okay, Representative Bucco.
Sorry, go ahead. I think he's, oh, there we go.
Are you calling on me?
Did you have your hand up?
I did, yes. I have to agree with Commissioner Babson and Representative Ticehurst that this is not a good year to be raising any of these salaries, and we should just be voting to keep them the same.
Commissioner Babson, if you'd like.
Commissioner Babson, would you like to speak?
Is he speaking to our motion?
Are you speaking to the motion?
Thank you. Yes, I have a breakdown, Grafton County did a, wage survey in 2018. I don't know where the figures come from that you're speaking of now, because in 2019, 2020, the, registry of, the county attorneys, the county attorney's wage was 81,000, and Court County was 81,000.
And what is it for this year?
We're looking at
next year.
2021.
I don't know what they've done.
Representative Ticehurst again.
Representative Ticehurst?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, we've had some very competent and excellent county attorneys in the past, and I would like to know if anyone has any empirical evidence, not anecdotal and not opinion, that shows that a higher compensation for a county attorney results in a better qualified or better performing county attorney.
The county attorney.
No,
I think I would like to speak to that. I think these attorneys getting out of school, that might not have as much of an issue to, but to get an experienced attorney, who has the background and the proper experience to do this job, and which includes not just being as an attorney, but also as an administrator to operate an office, a professional office. I think that to get someone to run for that type of position, you need someone who is outstanding. And to attract someone who's, even at this level, is going to have those skills in this type of job, could make significantly more in private practice or another job. So, I believe even at the level we are going to, we are very fortunate, or would be fortunate to have somebody highly qualified who could be here. And I do have to say, while we did have some attorneys who did a good job or a decent job, we certainly have gone through bad times in our county, with a county attorney who was unable to do it part-time and to do the job appropriately. So we have had a negative experience that our current attorney had to clean up, and spent a lot of her own time doing that. So I think to get someone who is outstanding, we do have to have at least a fair salary for the job and for the skills required. So that, Representative Knurk?
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I had to get myself unmuted. Relevant to that question about where the numbers came from, I think Commissioner Babson asked that question. The Comeau County, according to the market analysis we were given earlier, 81,000 now, but is set to increase to 85,050. So that's where Representative Marsh appears to have gotten that number. But we see that conflict between the 85 from Representative Marsh's motion and the previous, we're going up to 8932, or staying the same, and that's why I kind of took that middle ground of approaching the 80,932 as a compromise between wanting to bring it closer to market, but not going as far as we should go because of the financial situation. So I think that initial motion is a much better compromise than one of 80,932.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Question?
Question?
Perhaps
Representative Cordelli.
our treasurer, who I assume is good at numbers, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that increase for 2021 would be about 7.7%.
Which figure are you speaking of?
From the, going from 77,932
Right.
to 85050.
I make it, just a tad over 8%.
Tad over 8%, okay.
County attorney would like to speak.
I would think.
Okay, county attorney, would you like to speak?
Just thank you so much for the opportunity, and to just touch on Representative Cordelli's point, in the last 10 years, the county attorney, the position of county attorney, the salary has increased at less than 1% per year. And while I recognize that these are elected positions and these are difficult times, certainly the work of the county attorney's office is not going to get less in these difficult times, and in fact, crime is projected to be increasing, and the job of law enforcement, obviously public safety has got to be one of our priorities here. We can't just say it's a value and then not prioritize it. I do think, with all the respect in the world to the representatives, who I know put in a lot more hours than what they are paid for, and the commissioners and the treasurer, I know all of us put in more hours than what we are paid for. We do have 3 positions here that are department heads, though. They are elected department heads. And our other department heads are all paid at or above the statewide average. And yet the county attorney, I believe, that position is paid at about $7 an hour less than the statewide average. So it is considerably underfunded. In the paperwork that I sent you a snippet from I believe I sent you a snippet from an article from 2012. Perhaps it didn't make it in there, thank you. In 2012, the county attorney and one of the other department heads were all pretty much in line. In fact, the one that I noticed was that the county attorney and the jail superintendent, who is likewise that's a very important position in the county, were paid within a few $100s of each other. Now they are over $20,000 apart. So you can see that the other department head salaries continue to keep pace with the market, but the 3 elected positions did not. And these are not simply part-time elected positions. These are full-time positions with department heads that manage a budget, that manage their office, that supervise staff, that train their staff. And these need to be in line with what we would look for department heads. If this were an appointed position, the commission would put together a job description and then try to figure out what they need to pay in order to get somebody with those qualifications. And at this point, those 2 things are just simply not in line. And I do appreciate everybody, appreciating the job that is being done in the county attorney's office, but as Representative Ticehurst pointed out, this is about the position. This is about who you want for your next county attorney. And we do need to pay more than Coos County. I recognize that may not happen in this next cycle because of where we are. But our county is actually, with regard to caseload and number of people supervised, is most in line with Sullivan County. And the Sullivan County attorney at this point makes $96,000 a year, so almost $20,000 more than the Carroll County attorney. I don't anticipate we're going to get there. I think that's something that perhaps in the future we can get there and can attract good quality candidates. But at this point, I think that in order to attract a candidate that can do this job, we need to get salary in line with where other department heads are. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. If you look at the list of Carroll County full-time employees that I think was referenced, is astounding, to use a gentle word. When you look at the salaries compared to our elected officials. And that's one reason why I brought up early on, when talking about salaries, the list I had to see the differences in salary from January 2017 to 2019 and how these salaries were raised, whether the commissioners knew about these raises that were taking place. It's astounding. When you compare the legal and enforcement positions in the county, there's a $30,000 spread between the three of them. How is that possible? How is that possible? We have to start down the road to correcting these problems.
Madam Chair, Representative Knapp
Yes,
is next.
Representative Knapp. He's unmuted.
Yeah, fine.
There we
Sorry.
go.
I couldn't undo my head to the box open. I think right now is not the time to be looking at the whole question of the spread and everything, but we're trying to talk about the county attorney. The question of taking it as a percentage, I think is not really the right thing, because we're not doing this as a raise. We're doing this to bring it up to a market level that's more appropriate. So I don't think we're looking at raising somebody's salary, but adjusting it to bring it into market range so that it's reasonable and appropriate. And so, though I did speak for the 80,932, I still also am in favor of the 85, but I certainly don't think at this point we can go any higher than that. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Ticehurst is next.
Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think for the purposes of this discussion, we should not be looking at the spread between department employees and elected officials' compensations, because the department employees' compensation is determined by the elected official. So, and I'll leave it at that.
Madam Chair, would you mind checking with Representative McDonald or Nelson just to see if they have anything else? It's hard to keep up with them.
Representative Nelson McDonald, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Did you want to add anything?
Did you want to add anything? We didn't know because we don't have a hand to see.
I do support the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I think the vote before us,
The amendment, we're voting on the amendment, 85050, with the second year at 2% at 86750.
okay. Then we'll call the question.
Don't call the question,
Ca-
you're calling the vote. Yes.
Calling the vote.
Yes. Representative Ticehurst, we're voting on the amendment.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco?
No?
Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Comeau?
Yes.
Representative Kennard?
Yes.
Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
Passes. I'll give it another second.
Thank you.
Yep. 10-3.
No, that's it. It's the bill as amended.
No, that was the amendment.
That was the
Oh,
amendment.
that was just the amendment.
Just the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was the.
Okay.
Okay. That's the amendment. So, we'll call the question on the.
Before we get on that, there was some questions last year about, whether the county attorney could have a stipend for clothing, mileage, and everything else. I just wanna make sure that we're clear.
Jesus Christ.
Praying.
Who's praying?
Bucco.
Are we going to, in setting the compensation, we were told that we would have to set that at this time as well. I think the county attorney could expound on that.
I thought that was part of the
Does
regular
that
budget.
qualify as a Zoom
It
bomb?
was part of the budget because it was listed as a reimbursable expense, and I would note that in my office, at this point, we have frozen that, where discretionary spending has come to a halt in my office. We are only spending what we need to spend at this point.
Wow.
Thank you.
Follow up?
Yes.
The question last year was to allow the county attorney to have a stipend for clothing and a couple other stipends that the employees were getting, and the argument was that we didn't set those parameters. Has that been resolved, or do we need to do that right now?
I believe it has been resolved because we worked to make sure that they were reimbursable expenses as opposed to simply a compensation. So it has been resolved and it has already been approved in the budget, but as I said, we're not using that money at this point. It's
Okay.
still there.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. I just don't know how you can do an amendment without doing what was underlying it.
I got it. You ready to vote, Madam Chair?
Okay, so we'll call the original question.
Amended question.
No. the
Representative
amendment
Tyser
as
said her
amended.
hand up. I don't, Representative Tyser says her hand up. I don't know if you know.
Representative Tyser.
I apologize, I forgot to lower my hand, but I do wish that the full, statement of what you're voting on now would be read, just so there's no misunderstanding.
Yes.
The amendment has taken the place of the original bill, which states that the first year is 85050, second year is 86750, which replaced the original motion by Representative McDonald and Damaris.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Betty, Madam Chair.
Okay, we are ready.
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
No, no.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Try it again, please.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Knurk.
Try to know, yeah.
Representative Knurk.
Yes. Oh, wait a minute, I'm still muted.
No, you're good.
You're
Okay.
on
I'm
now.
not muted. Yeah, yes,
We're voting on the underlying bill.
yes. I
Thank you.
said yes 3 times.
Thank you. Just making sure.
Is it not coming through?
No.
Yeah.
Representative Marsh.
Representative March votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Burrows.
Yeah.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
And the chair.
Yes,
Same thing, 10 to 3.
okay.
Thank you.
The motion passes 10 to 3. The next item on the agenda is the Register of Deeds. And the current pay for the Register of Deeds is $55,000. So, we have a discussion.
Need a motion.
I need a motion. No motions.
I don't see one yet.
Do we have any motions to recommend for the Registry of Deeds?
Representative Cordelli?
Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I would move that the salary for the Registrar of Deeds for 2021 and 2022 be set at $60,000.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion? I will second it for discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Everybody's going to sleep.
Representative Ticehurst?
You're getting hungry? Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, one or more members of the delegation expressed concern for how this would impact taxpayers, and also suggested that raising additional taxes at this point would be a slap in the face to taxpayers. I'm just revisiting that moment.
Representative Avalani?
Representative Fideli had his hand up first.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that these salaries would take effect until 2021, and so would not have any current impact on the taxpayers.
Were you able to hear that answer?
Madam Chair, are you referring to me?
Yes.
Okay, I did hear the answer. And we're setting the salary range for something that will start, 9 months from now? We have no idea what the situation will be in 9 months. I don't think it's wise to be raising salaries at this time. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. But this is our statutory responsibility is to set the rate for the next 2 years. So if we do nothing, the rate will stay the same for the next 2 years.
Is there any further discussion? Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. All I can say is everything that you touched upon, discussing the county attorney's position and the sheriff's position, is significant for the Registry of Deeds position as well. No matter who sits in the office, this is for the next 2 years of their livelihood, their family sustenance. You're setting a salary that currently the average for the Register of Deeds is $60,500, and every register currently is asking for a raise because it's the time to do it. It's for the next 2 years. It's not for 1 year. Currently, my salary is set at $55,000. I don't know who will be in for the next term. That is to be determined. But the comparable positions in the county are earning over 68 in the state are earning over 68,000, upwards to 73. That's for this position in the state. For the positions here in the county, the non-elected positions in the county, this job as a department head who passes through $11+ million through her bank account earns 51st out of 194 full-time people. Clerks, payroll clerks, secretaries, the salaried positions are earning way more than the elected positions. And to me, I see things another way. As a citizen, I want to vote for some elected leader who is competent, who has skill, who has experience. They are doing the public job for the citizens. In terms of the land records, where would we be if I had decided to close the office down? There would be no banking, there would be no mortgages, there would be, for this COVID situation, there would be no mortgages. You couldn't sell your home, you wouldn't be able to have a land record. You need someone who understands the implications of what the offices are. And right now, in Carroll County, we have 3 great elected officials. And the commissioners talk about appreciating their employees. We do that for the salaried, non-elected positions. Why not for the elected? Because we are more invested. We have to actually go out there and ask to be elected, and we become invested in the job. We're there to serve. We don't sit around and not work. We're working hard, and we deserve a competent, a competitive salary. If I'm raised to 60,000, I will be at this year's average for the office. If the next person is raised to higher than that, then they may be at the average for the next term. So I ask you to consider, what do you want for your county elected officials who do very important jobs, very important jobs? The COVID situation is hard on everyone. But it's not just hard on, why do the elected officials have to take the brunt of the sacrifice for that? Some may be able to and others not. It's a point in time we're looking at right now, but I ask you to look at the big picture of what you're gonna be getting over the next 3 years, really.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to comment? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Yes, basically I tried to apply a similar percentage increase for the registrar that we did for the county attorney.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no comments?
Representative Ticehurst.
Oh, Representative Ticehurst.
Okay, Madam Chair, I want to make it clear that no one is expressing a lack of appreciation for the work that elected officials do. It's absolutely untrue if it's thought otherwise. I'd also like to bring up again that there is no empirical evidence that we have better qualified or less qualified or better performing or less performing elected officials when we change the salary or across the board. I wish we were in a position where we could give everyone better compensation. We are not at that point right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further comments?
Madam Chair?
Representative Marsh.
Yes, Representative Marsh.
Yes, if I might, I would point out that the registrar is a department that generates funds for the county, and therefore this position should be thought of as a position that actually pays for itself.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, did you have further comment? Your hand was
I
up.
did. I don't currently.
Don't remember, no problem. No problem. Representative Knapp?
Unmute yourself, Representative Knapp.
Let me try.
Representative Knapp?
Well,
Sorry.
it's going back and forth.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, now it's back to unmute.
My
All
hands
right.
off.
Anyway, the registrar commented about comparison to other officials, people, employees within the department. Where do we stand with regard to other counties? We have that data for the county attorney, but I didn't see that for the registrar of deeds. How do we compare, for example, to Comeau, Sullivan, Grafton, Belknap?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I could give you the list here, and this is the current, I did not inquire as to what the delegations have set for the next 2-year term, but the current for Belknap is $68,415 per year. They have a very similar amount of transactions as Carroll County. We're a little bit higher. Carroll County, I don't know why, but I never make the $55,000. I made $54,995.20. Somehow our math doesn't work downstairs, but Carroll's 55. Cheshire, much smaller county, a lot less documents, 57,000. Coas, much smaller county, less transactions, 45,000.
Excuse me while I mute Representative Knapp. Okay, thank you.
Grafton County, 60,153. Hillsborough County, a new a new register, first year, $60,500. Merrimack County, a new register, first term, $71,066. Rockingham County, $73,500. Stratford County, $60,838. And Sullivan County, $55,000. That's the current information, and the average of that, when you take them all up, add them all up together, divide it by 10 is 60,500. All of those will be presumably the same or higher in the future.
Is there any further discussion?
Ring doorbell.
We'll call the vote.
Representative Tyser's had
Oh,
her hand up.
Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we should not factor in any difference between the employees' salaries and compensation in the department and the elected officials' compensation in a department, since the elected officials set and raise the compensation for those employees. So I don't think that should be part of this discussion. Thank you.
I think we're still talking about the register of deeds, and we have not yet had our vote. So I'm going to call the vote.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were
Madam
in
Chair,
the
may I-
police department, so I thought you were on getting into the
No.
sheriff.
Not at all. I'm speaking about that department as well as other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. The amendment would be to set the salary for the registrar for 2021 at $60,000, and in 2022, add 2%, which I believe would be $1,200, making the salary $61,200.
Might I suggest redoing your original motion, seeing as it hasn't been an amendment? I don't know if you can amend your own motion.
Oh,
If the second wants to withdraw.
okay.
You did.
Okay, I'll withdraw the second.
Thank you. So we have a motion to raise it to 60,000 in the first year, 61,200 in the second year. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
We have original first and second. Thank you.
Okay, is there further discussion? Then we'll vote on the amended motion.
On the new motion.
On the new motion.
On the new motion.
New motion, we didn't amend it.
Nope.
We made it all new.
Representative Carroll has his hand up.
Could the motion be repeated, please?
Would you please repeat?
The motion on the floor, the revised motion on the floor is for 60,000, to move the first year to 60,000, second year at a 2% increase to 61,200.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Would you call the vote?
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Try again, please.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Kennard.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
And the chair.
Yes,
Same thing, 10-3. Passes.
the vote passes 10-3.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Sheriff. And our sheriff is currently making $65,018. Representative Cordell.
Thank you. I would like to, move an increase in the sheriff's salary in 2021 to 70,200, and in 2022 to 71,600, which would be a 2% increase in the second year.
Anyone? Second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Sheriff Ricardi
Sure.
is here. Would you like to, would you like to speak to us?
No, I'm not gonna delay you today. You have the information I provided, and we'll leave it at that.
Thank you. You
Thank
know
you.
we're hungry. Thank you. Does anyone, yes, Representative Ticehurst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For reasons stated before, I believe this is not the right time to be raising salaries or compensation. Thank you.
Representative Knurk?
Thank you. As much as I do appreciate the current sheriff's work, looking at the information we were given regarding what's our range of county sheriffs, where we're in a pretty reasonable position with being more than Grafton and Coa, less than Hillsborough, I think that at least we're in a reasonable range. The other ones I voted on increased because I was looking at market values. Here, I'm just not sure we can justify, I think we're in a reasonable range of the market values at this point in time. So, that's no reflection on the current jobs of the current sheriff, but I think that we don't have the same justification for increasing it at this point in time.
The sheriff has his hand up.
Okay. Sheriff?
Okay, yeah, I understand your remarks, Representative Knurk. But how I would look at it is, obviously you see the numbers with the Carroll County Chiefs, which is basically what I am for the largest department in this county. And yes, as I said in my statement, the sheriffs throughout the state are paid considerably lower than all the chiefs around the state. And hopefully someday that will change. The average between the county sheriffs and the Carroll County chiefs is more than what was represented. It would be more like 76,820 for the average of everything I gave you. Thank you.
Ticehurst.
Representative Ticehurst. And then Representative Knurk, but Representative Ticehurst first. I think her hand was up first.
I'm sorry, I may have forgotten to lower my hand.
Okay, Representative Knurk. He's muted.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good, now I'm unmuted. I do appreciate what the sheriff did point out, and I would agree with that. They were lower. I'm just trying to figure out, again, how we justify an increase if we are still in the range. I'm trying to be consistent, but I do appreciate what has been stated, because it's actually kind of at the bottom. And so I can certainly be comfortable with a small increase, but I think we do have to be cautious on that. And again, it's no reflection on the current sheriff by any means. He does a great job.
Representative Crawford was next.
Is there any further discussion?
Representative Crawford.
Representative Crawford.
She's muted.
Well, now I'm not. I have a question for the sheriff. Sheriff, when was the last time we gave you a raise?
Not last term.
Or gave the sheriff a position raise?
Yep. It was the last term, there was a $2,000 increase. In the 8 years I've been here, it's been 2,832. And
Is that 1,000, was that the, because I recall you not getting a raise many years, is that true?
it was on, between 2015, 2018, there was no increase in this position.
And, excuse me, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, certainly.
And 2019, we gave you a $2,200 raise?
The position was increased by $2,000.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Knirk?
I have forgotten, do we have a current motion on the table, and if so, what is it?
The motion on the table is to increase it to $70,200.
Thank you.
And then a 2% increase for the second year to $71,600.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, oh, never mind, she just put her hand down. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we will call the vote.
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Knirk.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Was that yes?
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Who's feeding back?
Goes him.
Okay. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
11-2, Madam Chair. Passes.
Thank you very much.
Treasurer has a question.
Do you have a question, Representative Knirk?
Treasurer.
The
Oh, the
treasurer.
treasurer, I'm sorry.
The treasurer.
I'm trying to look in two places.
I know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask a question of the delegation. I realize this has already been set and taken care of and so forth, but as I look at this, I'm a big believer in trying to keep things in a round number if possible. And since the elected officials are paid monthly, the 12 months to keep the payments equal, either the treasurer's salary should be increased to only $990 or $10,005. Otherwise, you end up with that 33 cents each month, and you don't get the entire total amount. It's off by a few cents. So I would ask the delegation to reconsider and either make the treasurer's salary increase at $990 or $1,005. At $990, it increases it by $82.50. $1,005, it increases it by $83.75. Those are round numbers.
Representative Adelante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the treasurer be clearer in his numbers and give me the total numbers on both that you're requesting us to reconsider?
Yes, the delegation approved a $1,000 increase for the year.
To $7,000.
Correct. What I'm suggesting is either the delegation approve $69.90, which is a $990 increase, or $1,005, which makes it $7,005, or a $1,005 increase. And the reason behind it, as I had said, is otherwise, if you take that $1,000 divided by 12 months, you come up with an odd number. If you take the $990 or the $1,005 and divide it by 12 months, you come up with an equal number. Thus the request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Ticehurst.
Representative Ticehurst.
So we couldn't give a few cents more in the first check and be done with it?
Yes.
That's a 12 check.
It's been my experience that that seems to cause a problem in whatever our payroll accounting system is. I believe this is why the elected officials ended up being paid monthly instead of once a week, every 2 weeks at the time. The point is, if you take the total divided by 12, you get an odd number at 7,000.
Does anyone have an issue with that?
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have people whose salaries change pretty regularly, it appears, or pretty randomly, and we're able to make adjustments and pay them whatever they've been raised to. Is it not possible to do that for an elected official as well?
Yes, answer that.
To respond to that question, the other folks in the county are paid on a weekly basis. And while those adjustments are done at whatever they are paid weekly. When you're paid monthly, you have 4.3 weeks per month. So you need to take that into account. My point is, take the total salary of an elected official divided by 12 months to come up with an equal number, not an odd number. That's my only point. So either make the treasurer's salary $10 less, or make it $5 more, that's all I'm asking.
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Ticehurst.
So I understand how 4.3 weeks make a month. I just cannot believe that we can't put in the appropriate amount each month when a check is cut. And I guess I'm just stunned to hear that. Thank you. And one more thing is, are there other adjustments that we're gonna have to make? Are we going to need to reconsider other votes that we've made today because of this?
Yes,
Thank you for your response, I understand. I'm only talking about the treasurers at the moment. I don't think it's a concern to others, but since the treasurer earns a lot of money here, I guess it's a concern to me. Thank you.
Representative Cordell.
So, the request is either to change it to $6,990 or $7,005. I didn't hear the second number.
Yes, 7,005.
I will move to reconsider.
I will second the reconsideration. So is there any further discussion? Representative Clerk?
What?
I don't know, I thought you were waving, your hand was up.
No, I was just moving the phone over from one hand to the other as I'm trying to.
Okay, I thought you were trying to get my
I
attention.
know, no question.
Okay, no questions, I will call the vote to, adjust that amount.
No, we're moving to reconsider
I'll
the
move to
treasurer's.
reconsider the treasurer's. Okay, we will reconsider. The vote is to reconsider that vote. So, call the vote?
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
No,
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Kennard.
No.
Representative March.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
No.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
No.
And the chair.
Yes,
Passes 8-5.
8-5, motion passes. And Representative Cordelli?
I would move to set the treasurer's salary at $7,005 for 2021 and 22.
I'll second the motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, call the vote.
Representative Ticehurst.
No.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco.
No.
Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes, Nelson.
Representative Comeau.
Yes.
Representative Knurk.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Marsh.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes. I think it was a yes.
I can hear her. I have to hear her.
Did you hear, can you say it again? Representative Burrows, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah.
She's on mute.
No, she said
Okay,
yes.
she said
Yeah.
yes. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Passes time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Get that over with. The next item on the agenda is about the annex and a future use committee. The commissioners would like to look at the issue of the annex, the old nursing home, and to see if there's maybe possibly potentially a use for that. And, because as it's sitting there, it's just deteriorating, and at some point, we're going to have to deal with it. And there seem to be some needs in the community, that things have been, mentioned, and for instance, as a transition housing, maybe for people coming out of the jail, or a lot of different uses. So, I'd like to open up discussion on that too. Would you like to tell us a little bit about what your thoughts are?
Yeah, I gotta take this down, I can't even begin to talk with it on. We have looked at the annex over the years as to what could and couldn't be done, and we've tried different things, and, you know, the commissioners on their own have done that, and brought it to the delegation, and different times there were different questions or objections or whatever, so we thought what we should probably do is form a committee that would consist of, the commissioners and some members of the delegation and some members of the community. We had a fire, a horrible fire here in Ossipee, and needed housing, and there was no place to put people even overnight, really. And it just reiterated the fact that we have a building that has lots of rooms in it, and we got to talking about some of the possibilities, and the possibilities are quite extensive. And so we thought if we had several minds together, that we could come up with some sort of a plan, and we could take it to our architect. Bob Murray has been in touch with the architect that had worked for a couple of other companies that were looking at renting it. And he would be willing to work with the committee to come up with some solutions or some things that might be done and what would be required. You know, there are rumors, I've heard everything from mold in the basement, and there is none because there is no basement, you know, to all different things. And that would be a committee that would get together, we could actually do some investigating, we could come up with ideas and find out some of the alternative possibilities. And we would like to invite the delegation to have a couple of members to be on this committee. Very similar, other committees that the delegation and the commission has worked on together have been successful. So that was our thinking.
Representative Burrows?
And yes, I agree with Commissioner Bavard. I think committee is a great idea, and perhaps the first step, aside from pulling together people who are interested in it, would be then to decide who from the community, what community groups, individuals would be appropriate and would help the effort to work together.
Thank you. Did you have a hand up?
Yes,
Representative Cordell?
I'm just wondering, where would this architect's fees be charged to? Where's the appropriation in the budget?
At the present, we need to come up with some ideas to even begin to find out what the cost might entail.
I would think some of the uses might be eligible for community development block grants, because the county as town, it depends on, but I think maybe that's the type of thing that this group could brainstorm, is, and some of the uses might be eligible then for, but certainly we could never do anything this year because it's not in the budget.
Oh, no,
Anything that
this
would
is-
cost money, this is just brainstorming. Okay. Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There has been in the past several ideas and businesses and other opportunities to use that annex in multiple ways which have fallen by the wayside. I would be concerned with any type of housing with the town of Ossipee as well. If people are gonna be eligible to go on their welfare rolls or additional costs to the town of Ossipee, not just the county, that they would be at this table as well, to make sure that their voices is heard, because we hear from them about certain items that were going on at the county or ideas that were happening, and we just wanna make sure that the town of Ossipee is at the table as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that suggestion.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. For several months, I've been trying to arrange to make a proposal presentation to the Land Use Committee. Evidently, they are defunct at this point, or certainly not interested in doing much.
They're working on the pathway right now.
Well, I then sent a request to the commissioners to make my proposal to them, but have not had a response. So, am I to understand that I should wait for some future committee in order to make my proposal and presentation?
I'm sorry, I did not get a request for a proposal.
Okay. Maybe it's confusion with email addresses on the website possibly. But I guess I'll just wait for the, whatever committee is formed.
If I might suggest, that if you wanted to make a proposal, you speak with Melissa and get on our agenda.
Did you get?
Talk to me off camera.
Yeah.
So, okay, it is getting late, and we still have a couple of other things that we need to do. So, if there's no objection, then we will move forward with looking at a committee, and if people are interested in serving on it, please let me know. Representative Comeau?
Madam Chair, I would assume that this is just gonna be a brainstorming session between interested people, meaning
Right.
people aren't gonna be charging mileage and it's gonna start to expend funds, correct? I just wanna make that clear.
I would say no. I mean, I think we get a couple community members and, I know serving the lands, I didn't know the lands committee had met again, I haven't heard anything from it. And,
I don't think they've had an official meeting, they've been out working on the path, the walkway path. I was notified of it, but
Yeah,
that's.
but we never got compensation or anything for it, but, and nothing would happen without coming to the proper powers that be. Yes. Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the commissioners had a few ideas today for people to put on this committee. I would think that they should meet and make a request of the delegation for how many members they wish to have at the table, and make that request to the chair, and I think the chair could either take volunteers or within their purview appoint people to that committee.
I thought we had already done that.
But they brought it to me and we have talked about it. I wanted to have everybody aware, to make sure that people were comfortable with doing it at this point.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other business to be brought before the meeting? Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Howie still here? Mr. Chair, Administrator Chandler?
I think he's gone.
No.
He's gone?
Yeah.
All right, I'll do it the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public input? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to call call a recess.
Hello?
Oh,
Yes?
Hello?
Hello?
oh, public comment.
Yeah.
Joe Haas?
Oh,
Joe House here. I put, 2 messages on the chat box.
oh, I'm sorry.
If he
And
wants to
I'll
make
just
public
summarize
comment,
it
he
if I can, is I would
Who
like
is it,
for
please?
the delegation, please, to see to it that the county treasurer send the bills to the Hales location residents correctly, according to the law. And I heard earlier that he's meeting with the DRA appraisal people, I don't know when, next week maybe? But, the bottom line is, I was pushed over to your county by the judge in Concord. I live in Gilmanton. I had the judge disqualified. Instead of Amy Ignatius coming over here, she's your judge over there, and my real estate case, my lawsuit against the town of Gilmanton is sitting over there. So all of the criteria that I put into my case would be a benefit to your taxpayers in your county too. And when I say the criteria, I mean the Londonderry case of 2006 and the Condell case, which is going for a briefing May 20th. And I'm still waiting for the commissioners to get back up to me to find out when, it's only one time a year, that the bills are sent to the residents of Hales location. Whereas usually, everybody else, we're just getting 2 bills a year, usually in May and November. But the bottom line is the DRA is not supposed to downshift the local education rate to the towns to tax so many dollars per thousand. What got me into it was Wolfboro last year, exactly, May 8th of last year. All of this stuff's supposed to be paid for at the state level. So I would like the county attorney to please look into this and give that opinion to the commissioners and the treasurer to do what is right. Because if you don't, somebody's gonna do an Article 8 under the new section that was voted in over a year ago for the correct operations of the government. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Knurp?
Thank you very much. Yes, it is correct that there are problems with the school funding. You referenced the cases, and of course, Claremont cases. This has been going on for a very long time. And we have a commission to look at the school funding. Many of us do agree that we shift the state not paying its fair share leads to incredible tax rate inequities around the state. And as you noticed from the Tobin and Belinsky presentation, it primarily affects communities that have lower property tax values, lower equalized values. So people are working on this. I don't think it's really going to require work at the state level with the courts finally getting the state to comply, or the legislature finally going ahead and doing something about this. But it's been going on for decades, and I don't think that we can just change what we do, because we have to somehow get the state to pay their fair share. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Knurp. I'm not sure I even understand the question. I know about the issues, but I appreciate and thank you for your comments, Mr. Huss, and our treasurer is here, and if there's something we can do, I am sure he will. Can you answer the question? There was no question, it was a statement, so it's a comment, so if you'll take it under advisement. So, well, thank you very much. I want to tell you, it was placed in our agenda that, that we would do the line item transfer, and it happened to be before putting in the closure. So, I am going to be recessing the meeting. the delegation meeting so that the executive committee can deal with the line item transfer. And if all of you don't want to stay with us, and it's been a very long meeting, that is up to you. But, what I will do after we do the line item transfer is, with the executive committee, is then I'll just reopen and close our meeting, adjourn the meeting. So, I'm going to call a recess of the meeting, and please, the executive committee, please stay here because we do need to approve a line item transfer. Thank you. Representative Ticehurst, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The executive committee is a separate entity,
I know.
and therefore, I'm sorry, the executive committee is a separate entity, and under 91A, it would need to be noticed just like any other meeting of any other committee. And so I don't think it's appropriate to recess and hold an executive committee meeting without properly noticing it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe, aren't you recessing your main meeting just to reaffirm the next meeting that's on the agenda, or is it?
Right, I'm just recessing the main meeting, and it is on the agenda that we will do, the executive committee will do a line item transfer.
Just like we've done it before.
So, if we've done it this way before. Okay. So, but I'd like to be for sure that the executive committee remains, because we do have to process this transfer. So, thank you, and anyone else is welcome to stay in if you wish to. So, thank you.
Melissa, you have copies?
Have the main one. Do you need your own copy now? Representative.
Okay.
Avalon, do you want a copy
Yeah,
of
it's up
your
for the
own?
board's room first.
Okay. I think I can, I have the original, I can make copies of it.
Yeah, we just need to sign the original.
Okay.
Yeah, we can decide. Those who are virtually, can you email them? Did they get a copy? Did you receive a copy of this transfer of the executive committee, Tom and Susan?
Madam Chair, I did not.
Okay, I can do that downstairs.
Okay, we're taking a quick 5-minute break here, so Melissa will send it to you.
I'll just send it to the whole delegation, so I don't have to go
She
up
sent
and
it to the whole
downstairs.
delegation, so everybody's gonna get a copy of it.
Yes, thank you. I'll do that with you.
Thank you. You're welcome. You can print a couple copies, but I like to be able to look at when I write on everything, so.
Okay.
You don't want me writing on the original.
Okay.
Oh, I'm hungry.
That live feed's still on.
Madam Chair?
Okay, but I am hungry.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
would you ask Melissa to send it to the commissioners also? I got a copy, but with all the mail I've gotten this week, it'll take me an hour to find it.
Okay,
If she could just include my name,
Okay.
I'd appreciate it.
she said she was going downstairs. I'll see where she went.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
That's
thought she was
okay.
still there.
No.
Madam Chair, could I clarify, is this now just for executive session?
Yes, it's just the executive committee.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome to stay, or, because we'll have enough of us to close the meeting after.
No, this has been quite enough fun, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, who's on the executive committee? You, Lino, Edie?
I'm not on the executive
You're not?
committee.
You
No.
guys stay there, right?
Hi, all.
Okay, so it's Edie.
Did we recess? Are we still in session?
We're still in recess.
Thanks, guys, for the.
could we go over some of the technicalities of this, or is Madam Chair gone?
Madam Chair went to talk to Melissa.
Okay. Well, if anybody would like to use this time to review the Attorney General's memorandum on the right to know law, or 91A, this might be a good time to do it.
Rigor mortis, thick and fast. Get close to 80. Don't keep moving. Actually ran up and down the stairs.
Keep mind that light before on.
You should be receiving it in the message and email. Melissa is sending it out.
So, Madam Chair, may I add some information to the meeting?
Yes, we're in recess right now, but you are to do. Yes.
Okay, then just for your own information, RSA 91A : 1 dash lowercase a 6 includes any legislative body, governing body, board, commission, committee, etc. Or of a political subdivision. There are a whole bunch of definitions here. I might not have the exact right one here, but it is subject to the rules, laws for giving public notice. The Attorney General's memorandum says under definitions, it includes an advisory committee, any committee, council, commission, or other like body whose primary purpose is to consider an issue or issues designated by the appointing authority, so it's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I do believe that we do have to notice these meetings just like any other meeting.
Okay. What was my understanding, it was part of the posted agenda that was placed with the notice, so Melissa said that she thought that would be.
The problem with that is a member of the public who is wondering when the executive committee is going to meet to consider transfers isn't going to know that they have to look in the agendas of another committee's meeting.
You didn't stamp it.
I can't.
You didn't take it, you didn't give it to Kathy?
No.
So you think that that's not a.
Just find it?
If
You were authorized
if
to
the
stamp it.
representative wishes to lodge a complaint, or, she can do so when the meeting convenes.
I think that it was 3-0. I can stamp it after, that's okay?
Yeah, but it should have gone to Kathy to get
Because I
stamped.
can't always.
I haven't had anybody show up for one.
Okay.
Okay.
So just so you know, this was, your signature stamp here, but it's been authorized to.
Okay, so that's the wrong one. Yeah, and the right one, thank you.
I just don't have access to the stamp here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed, do you want one? You're welcome.
Okay.
So you can,
Commissioner Bavard, I think, I'll call the meeting to order of the executive committee. And we will,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
yes?
I'm told that this is the appropriate time to state my concern. My concern is that this is a committee meeting, much as a budget committee is a committee meeting, and committee meetings need to be noticed. I don't believe that it's acceptable to put the notice within the agenda of another body's meeting, and therefore I believe that this meeting should not be held.
So noted. I think, unless we all want to come back together again at a different time.
Madam Chair, I would ask if this is, transfer request is time sensitive. We're in the beginning of the year. I've not yet had a chance to read the transfer. I know it just arrived on my email.
Okay.
Is there any reason why we cannot notice this meeting properly and then conduct the business?
Yes.
I believe it is time sensitive. Let me see, Monday to Monday, I believe it was a 15-day notice that we were given. And I think we were told on,
This is on for a legal matter.
I believe we were told, 10 days ago, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Excuse me, my fingers, I learned that in math class. I think it was 8 days ago, and this has to be executed, and finalized within the next 7 days.
Madam Chair, I will withdraw from this meeting. I cut my teeth on the right to know law. That's how I first got involved in civics and civic life. And I fought for years for public access to meetings, for the public's right to know what decisions are being made. And so I will leave this meeting. Thank you.
Do we still have a quorum, Madam Chair? I think we should call the roll.
We'll call the roll.
Representative Ticehurst? The clerk is here. Representative Bucco?
Yes, present.
Are you staying present or are you leaving?
I'm staying.
Thank you. Representative Marge?
Yes, I am still present. I am distracted, but I am still present.
Okay, thank you. As long as we have 3 members, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
Very
look
good.
it up.
Would you like to present the transfer?
Oh,
Would it be
You're the first
possible,
one, too.
Madam Commissioner, for you to move maybe onto that seat?
David. Here she is. Amanda? Amanda, you have to sit over here.
excuse me, just a minute, please. I'm sorry, Thomas, what?
Oh, boy.
Hey,
Still
Tom,
alive.
you're still unmuted, Tom.
Okay, well, you know what? Is Ed Comeau still there?
I'm always here, Tom.
Yes.
Yes. For everyone that's using that common mic that's in the middle of the floor there, it's extremely difficult to hear anybody. And what I'm hearing is just gobbled blah without being able to distinguish what they're saying.
Well, I put it in the center because people were in different parts of the room.
Yes, I understand. I understand that. That's why I didn't want to take up time talking about it before, but I can't hear what they're saying.
Okay.
I can't distinguish what they're saying.
You can hear me now, correct?
Yes, I can.
Okay, well, you can see where I put the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bavai?
Yes, ma'am, I'm coming. I apologize, I was contacting the lawyer.
That's okay. Okay. Thank you. We are ready,
Okay,
and it's open to the public, so.
okay. The
And I know
line,
it's a legal matter, so.
the line item transfer is necessary to fund the county's portion of a settlement agreement that will resolve pending litigation with one of its former employees.
And this is for an issue that goes back many years,
Yes.
6 years. Thank you.
Do you
So,
want me to
yes.
read that? Okay. There is multiple being transferred from multiple accounts because it's workman's, unemployment tax, et cetera, with everything. So what will happen is, from workman's compensation, transfer amount will be $27,447.47. Unemployment tax, the transfer amount would be $16,187. The LNA salary line would be $79,438.91. Social Security will be $4,925.21. Medicare expense will be $1,151.86. And agency staff would be $39,426.62. That is all coming from the Mountain View Nursing Home. That is where this employee, okay? Then, and if you'd like to transfer it to the settlement line, for the total transfer would be $168,577.07.
Thank you. Representative Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under special fees and services, if you have a line item of line 15 for unemployment tax of $16,187, you're requesting to zero out that line before we pay any unemployment insurance?
The unemployment, the finance director guarantees me this $16,187 is remaining. What are you talking about unemployment?
Your unemployment tax, line 15. You're effectively zeroing out that line,
Yes,
and we haven't paid any unemployment tax.
I thought you were talking about workman's comp. I was on the first line, I'm
Good-
sorry.
I'm good with the workman's comp, it
Okay.
seems to be okay, but I'm just worried about zeroing out an unemployment tax, and we haven't even, our quarterlies are due in March, and we haven't paid anything out for unemployment insurance.
Would you like me to ask?
I thought Kathy
Did
was.
we lose this case, I guess?
Actually, this was a settlement. I thought, we were gonna ask Kathy to come back.
Do you want me to go get her? That's right, I forgot, I'm sorry.
You want me to just get, I can go get it.
Thank you, Ed. No, I was dealing with something else, I'm sorry.
Okay, our finance director is coming right up and she'll be able to answer that. Representative.
Sorry about that.
Okay, agency staff right now is running at 9%, and that's why we felt we could take the $39,426 out of that, because our agency is way down. We have hired people, over the past year, so we're down, way down on our agency. And, for the first quarter, I believe was 9%. For agency, instead of the 24% or 25% we were anticipating. Representative Luco, you had a question?
Yes, you have a question, Representative Luco.
Yes, I mean, you said this, we didn't lose this case, but it was a settlement, but it certainly looks like we lost. We're on the losing end of it. $168,000, is that what we have to pay? What was the final?
Our portion of the settlement was $168,577.07.
Our portion? Who
Yes.
else is involved?
Our insurance company, Primex,
What did they pay?
I can't divulge that in public.
so what is the advice of the attorney? Should we go on, should we continue to fight the case, or
No.
do we need to eat this settlement?
No, the attorney, this is the settlement the attorney has, worked out.
He's negotiating.
This has been negotiated, this has been going on for a long time, Tom, excuse me.
For years.
Well, I understand that, but it sounds like we lost, and, I mean, we're wiping out all these, this is a large sum of money. And it's not only just this, the defendant or the plaintiff or whoever, or whatever he is gonna get this plus, I don't know how much from the insurance company. Geez. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do. Go ahead.
Yes, Kathy's on her way.
Thank you.
If Representative Bucco wishes to have more information, we would have to go into a non-public session.
Would you like us to go into non-public session?
Right now?
Well, if you want more information beyond what we're able to say in public, then we would have to go into a non-public session.
Well, I guess I would at least find out what the suit was about. I don't have any information at all except here, pay this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I point out that there may be technical difficulties to going into a non-public session on a Zoom platform, given the,
Yeah, you're right.
security issues of Zoom.
Madam Chair.
Okay, that makes sense.
Madam Chair, on the weekly commissioners meetings, when they go into a non-public session, I just quickly send out a separate meeting, a non-public specific for people to rejoin in a different meeting. It usually takes about 5 minutes.
Did you hear that? She can set up a separate meeting and send out invitations to you to come in so that we're not on this open meeting that other people could be on. But commissioners, delegation members who wish to be part of it, you get through non-public.
Well, if I'm the only one that wants it, no, I won't require that. I'll just, if others may know what the suit was about, but I don't have any idea what it was about, so.
Can I say, I would like to know what this is about too, but I don't think that Zoom is an appropriate platform.
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying there, I agree with that.
We could, Madam Chair, we could do just the phone without the video if they choose, but whatever you'd like me to do.
Well,
Representative Bucco, when we do non-public, quite regularly at the commissioner meetings, it's a separate Zoom meeting, it is quite protected. You would enter through, the same procedure here where you go into a waiting room, Melissa checks, makes sure it's really you before you're even admitted into the meeting.
So,
I don't need to put everybody through that.
okay,
Let's just move ahead.
okay. Very good. So, Catherine is here. Maybe she can help us.
There was a question, Catherine,
Want me to ask?
yeah, it was about the unemployment tax.
Line 15.
Yeah.
14102, line 15, unemployment tax on the special fees and services.
Yep.
We haven't even sent out our first quarterlies. We don't pay an unemployment tax any longer?
We are actually, we go through Primex for that, so we're basically self-funded. So we don't actually pay a quarterlies. No, I know what you're talking about, but we don't do it that way. And I got a letter from them saying that we were getting a holiday for 2020, So we don't owe them anything for 2020. That's why the full amount is, why I'm saying it's available to be put towards this settlement, is because we will not be paying a dime for that this year.
Okay,
Same thing, that's what the difference with the workers' comp. It's the same thing, it goes through Primex, and they sent a letter that said, we're getting a holiday, they credited a certain amount. That 27,000, they credited against what we had originally been told was our annual, amount for workers' comp. So that's the same thing, that's why I know we're paying one amount and that's it.
Yes, follow up?
Thank you. So when you say that the county is self-funded for unemployment, so if somebody is unemployed or laid off, they wouldn't go to the state for unemployment? They
No,
go
it
to
goes
Primex?
through, we go through Primex though, we don't go straight to they handle all of that stuff for us. So if we have an unemployment claim, it goes through Primex actually. So they do the reporting and they do all that stuff for us. It's been like that since forever.
Yes, follow up?
How does Primex get our payroll information in order to determine cases, unemployment cases?
I do an audit with them every year. Workers' comp and unemployment audit. So I would have to look into it more deeply because right now I'm just the funnel. I wasn't in on the groundwork when this was set up, but it's been like this for years. But if you need more information on that, I would be happy to dig into it for you.
Yes.
I'm actually gonna do that on my end, is look into why we don't pay unemployment tax to the state, that we pay through Primex, and then Primex pays it on behalf of the county.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't had a chance to dig into that sort of stuff for that, but that's how it's worked. But I'd never questioned it because we've done it that way forever.
Because I know with a payroll company, they do your quarterlies for you with the state unemployment insurance to send it in. I've never heard of an insurance company doing it for you.
Yeah, it's a little more than an insurance company, but.
Learn more about the Primex.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we're not zeroing on the line that we're making.
Yeah, nope.
Yep, all right, great.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry
You're
for the
welcome.
time.
That's okay. Are there any further questions? Okay. Do you have any further questions? Representative Bucco or Marsh?
Well, just, what happens if we don't pay it? We go back to court?
I guess so. It's it's a portion of a settlement that our insurance company covers most of.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay.
I would like to agree with the clerk, because I don't believe that we are exempt from the state unemployment tax, and it is my understanding that that rate is going to be going up. And I would be concerned that we could be spending down the line that we may need the money in 2024.
Not in 2020.
Not in 2020.
It's an annual thing for us through Primex.
So that's correct. We go up in January.
Next year.
Next year. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that would be a different budget year for us.
Are you making the motion to
So-
approve, Madam Chair?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the transfer as is presented. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second that for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All those in
No,
favor,
no,
vote.
you-
Any
roll
further
call.
discussion?
Discussion and roll call.
Any further discussion? Then the clerk will call the roll.
Clerk will vote yes. Representative Bucco?
Yes?
Thank you. Representative Marsh?
Yes.
Thank you. And the chair?
Yes,
Thank you. Passes 4-0.
thank you very much. Yes,
And we need the original to sign.
it's right here. And if there are nothing further to come before the meeting,
We need 3 signatures on here, Madam Chair.
we're gonna need one of your signatures. Can we, I have a digital signature I can send to people, but.
Representative Marsh may be the closest.
Yeah.
If he-
Representative Marsh, is there a way we can get your signature on this?
Sure. Is anybody going to be coming here? I'm kind of multitasking a little bit, but, or I could meet you somewhere, 80, we could figure it out, I suppose.
Can he swing by here?
Yeah, we don't want you guys to leave.
That needs to
When do you
stay.
need it by?
It's already passed, it's just for the file to have, oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, that's
If
okay.
you don't need it immediately, then I'll figure out some way of doing it.
Yeah, if you come here, that would be better, because you don't want the original to go out of the building.
We've already approved the transfer. we just wanna make
Understood.
sure it's-
What's the time frame that you need that by?
Hope, by next, I think Wednesday. But if you, I'll leave
Okay.
it with the director, of finance. And if you can
Yep.
come in, she's here from 8:30 till 4.
Well, 7:30, 8 o'clock. I get here at 8 every morning.
8 to 4.
Monday through Friday.
4 o'clock, that sounds good.
Yeah, okay. I would appreciate that, thank you.
Very good. I will figure out how to.
If you come in, there's an entry procedure. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
And who will have it again?
We could probably meet him outside if you
Yeah,
want
we
to call the
can
business
bring it out.
office.
Anybody can.
Well, I don't have any problem coming in, I just need to know what I need to find.
Well, just call the business office and it's the director of finance will have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go to the dump anyway on Monday. I'll probably do mine here.
You're gonna come before or after the dump.
Can we adjourn the executive committee?
I already adjourned it.
Okay, can we,
Dump opens
Oh, no,
earlier.
we didn't have a second. Make a motion to adjourn. I'll
we
entertain.
make a motion to adjourn the executive committee?
Yes, a motion to adjourn the executive committee. Someone so moved?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
Seconded?
Second.
Okay. Now I want to adjourn the delegation meeting.
Yes.
So,
You just
can I have a
moved,
motion?
you moved to adjournment,
I move to adjourn
yes.
the executive.
You moved
I
to
mean,
adjourn the convention.
Convention, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Long day.
This breathing of my own carbon dioxide gets to the brain after a while. It does. Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Stay
Take care.
well,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you,
I wanna get
guys.
to my car and
Okay.
breathe.